Welcome to History Flights, your monthly-ish tour through contemporary, historical, and fictional politics through video games. From me, History Flights Productions. My fellow Americans, as I started to write this script on a momentous Washington's birthday, President's Day, whatever you want to call it, on the 250th anniversary of our alien and fragile yet still resilient republic, I was the most existentially distressed I have ever been. And then a few days later, I was shouting, USA! 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 For the first time in years, when Michaela Schifrin did her country proud in the women's slalom. I also have to shout out Megan Keller in women's hockey and Alyssa Liu in figure skating. Though, if I thanked every amazing American athlete, we'd be here all day. On that happy note, I'm relieved by the Supreme Court striking down Trump's lawless invocation of the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977. More on that later. And the administration abandoning its illegal Dear Colleague letter to public schools banning diversity, equity, and inclusion after District Court Judge Landia McCafferty blocked it nationwide. Yet I'm nervous about the military buildup near Iran and the new blockade of Cuba acting as distractions from Epstein in the dictator's doom loop. To hold optimism and anxiety in balance and tension is difficult emotionally. My greatest contradiction, however, is that despite knowing about history and having very little power to do anything concrete to change it as a low-level federal employee for the past 11 years, my oath to the Constitution and to the people of the United States of America binds me to hope and determination. My special interest since 6th grade has been current events and historical stories, especially when it comes to America. I read all this despite the risks to my mental health and to my fiction backlog, because history, from the Greek for knowledge gained by inquiry, is the greatest, most complicated, amazing, terrifying human story ever told. I have never felt more connected to humanity as an often dehumanized, autistic person than when I read about history, beautiful and terrible. Despite all that I know and all that enrages me about America now, I still believe that good Americans, whether Native/First Peoples who are being arrested by ICE for no good reason, when they literally arrived via an Ice Age land bridge from Siberia to Alaska 15 to 30,000 years before the U.S. was even a loose alliance of colonies rebelling against Great Britain, or immigrant, which means all the rest of us, but the definition of which is being confined to Latinos ICE doesn't like, will rise up. And why? Because they did rise up, generation after generation, against even the most powerful presidents, to change their histories with resilience, showing that we can, perhaps one day, rest peacefully with those we love, with our families, and in an America free of the orange blob. My fiance's 10-year-old son in Eswatini, Africa, who I'll get to see exactly once in December this year after visiting her in Durban, South Africa for July 4th, gives me hope whenever I see his wonderful smile. Yet I am afraid of how to make sure he will be judged by his brilliance in math and French, his adorableness and his kindness, and not the color of his skin, when I hopefully marry her and adopt him in 2030. Still, I'm fighting for real history to make sure that she and I can, at least in our little union together, at long last help establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. Let's talk about children for a moment. Our children. Innocent human beings whose protection is supposed to be enshrined in the preamble to the Constitution that I quoted above. Children. Children who have been kidnapped and used as bait and caged like animals. Children deported, even as U.S. citizens with their non-citizen parents, by this criminal regime in its, quote, perfidious lust for unbridled power. I refuse to call it an administration. It is a cabal of pedophiles, traitors, and sociopathic thugs. A child orally violated by the President of the United States, per the latest tranche of Epstein files. I'm not going to make this all about raging at Trump, since I've done that plenty already throughout the History Flights podcast, though I will include plenty of references to him and a conclusion on how we should begin to limit the powers of the president without constitutional amendments. Instead, I want to focus on strengths and flaws in the conception and evolution of the presidency through what I'll call the 5 keystone presidents that greatly shaped our conception of and reliance on the presidency. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, both Teddy and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and John F. Kennedy. This third and final of the Delta Papers, Substack essays, and accompanying YouTube videos in the BioShock games that analyze how power rises and falls serves as a testament to this transformative period in American history as we skate dangerously close to dictatorship. I plan to highlight how the erosion of norms built in Washington's time, the weaponization of the rule of law into rule by law at various times in American history, and the revision of history work in concert to create a new paradigm of presidential power that is maximalist in its scope and authoritarian in its instincts. Yet I also said the presidency very often acts like a constitutional monarchy in the very first episode of the rebooted History Flights made in Half-Life 2 back on April 2nd, 2025, when Cory Booker's marathon 25-hour Senate speech that broke Strom Thurmond's filibuster record became the Gordon Freeman-like spark that started this building resistance against the seemingly unstoppable MAGA Combine. I will be demonstrating this through low to no volume gameplay of BioShock Infinite, which is an interesting if ham-handed satire of American exceptionalism that has a ridiculous plot and an intro that doesn't know when to shut up. I'll put up text overlays on my observations about the game specifically, but for production reasons, my spoken commentary will not be live with the gameplay, as well as the Burial at Sea Episode 1 DLC, so spoilers ahead for both. Next, I'll be using books like Washington's End by Jonathan Horn, Thomas Jefferson and the Tripoli Pirates, The Forgotten War That Changed American History by Brian Kilmeade and Don Yeager, Roosevelt Sweeps Nation, FDR's 1936 Landslide and the Triumph of the Liberal Consensus by Jeff Cecil. Cecil? I'm not sure how you pronounce that. And An Unfinished Life, John F. Kennedy, 1917 to 1963 by Robert Dallek. I'll also clip the movie All the President's Men, the TV shows The West Wing and Death by Lightning, and the podcast American History Tellers, among others, for fair use criticism and commentary under 17 U.S.C. Section 107, or the Copyright Act of 1976, as amended by the Digital Millennium Copyright Act of 1998. I'm hoping I don't get any copyright strikes for it, and also hoping you can help support what I consider the best essay I've ever written. So I'll be putting the raw copy of the video up on Substack to make sure it isn't taken down. Please like, subscribe, and share on both platforms. I will also be sure to mention plenty of other presidents throughout history, both infamous like Richard Nixon and obscure like John Adams and his son John Quincy. If you'd like me to do deep dives on any specific presidents, briefly or not at all mentioned here in future episodes of History Flights, for even this essay, which is nearly 4 hours long, cannot possibly cover everything, please let me know. Constructive feedback like that supports a single person's exhaustive research that is not easy, but is conducive to History Flights Productions' mission of truth, justice, and historical accuracy. This will lead to an overall critique of the idea that the president is or should be the role model for America, which has led to Americans dangerously worshiping the president, as the founding fathers have been worshipped as well, reflected quite literally in BioShock Infinite. I'll give you a hint. The most important presidential power and responsibility comes from Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, the document that the monster-in-chief has broken his oath to countless times. He shall take care that the laws be faithfully executed. What about starving and torturing people in concentration camps as ethnic cleansing against Latinos, and killing American citizens like Alex Preddy, Ruben Ray Martinez, and Renee Nicole Good simply for legally observing or non-violently assisting people is taking any kind of fucking care? I hope that learning how presidents have done this or not will hopefully give you more insight into broad constitutional themes like the founders' thinly sketched out separation of powers, the creation and then dismantling of administrative independence, the economic ramifications of protectionist trade regimes unilaterally imposed, the emergence of MAGA as a new shameless biopolitical ideology that's not so new, and the systematic revision of the American national historical narrative. Yet even as I speak, immigrants sleep on the floor with no consequences as ICE plans to spend $38 billion on warehouses to house even more people in pens. And American citizens have also been killed with no criminal consequences. Yet. And despite the partial government shutdown of DHS, not any funding consequences yet either. Yet, as I was recently reminded, by a good black friend of mine, this has always been America for many people. Powerful white people get away with crimes against everyone else all the time, with ordinary white people bought off by relative economic comfort to people of color, post-racial narratives, and political safety waking up now. The people who perpetuate this grift, whether from the South or North and professing to be Republican or Democrat, have carried on the spirit of the Confederate States of America. This has metastasized like a cancer inside of America ever since the Civil War ended because, quote, President Andrew Johnson issued sweeping pardons to thousands of former Confederate officials and soldiers after the American Civil War. Emphasis mine, since I hope this will also be our only one. In, quote, one of the most controversial uses of the presidential pardon, instead of public executions of the ringleaders. I'd say President Trump getting a $2.5 billion bribe to pardon Champagne CZ Shao in exchange for Binance buying 87% of the Trump family's stablecoin in World Liberty Financial is a close second. He said, and I quote, "But if we hang all the Confederates, the whole system will collapse." Okay, just kidding about the quote. But it's a fun parody of the supposed quote by AG Pam Bondi about prosecuting everyone in the Epstein files, and the fact that it turned out to be fake. However, I believed that Miss the Dow is over 50,000 did say that for a time, so it's important to double check everything online, as I did. When I took my oath to the Constitution and to the people of the United States of America 11 years ago at Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, when I affirmed it instead of swore to a God, an important religious liberty protection that was in the Constitution even before the First Amendment called the no religious test requirement, even though Trump has been trying to institute political tests, I swore allegiance to the Union, not the Confederacy. The Union that sent the Grand Army of the Republic marching on to make men free, which anthem I sang at the first No Kings rally in Prospect Park. The North likes to think it's always been the Union, and the Democrats are the party standing up for civil rights now after Nixon's Southern strategy and the great party flip of the 60s, but guess which region's banks funded slavery in the first place? Yeah, our entire nation is tainted in blood, but as President Lincoln famously said at Gettysburg, the brave men living and dead who struggled here have consecrated it, far above our poor power to add or detract. The world will little note, nor long remember what we say here, but it can never forget what they did here. It is for us the living, rather, to be dedicated here to the unfinished work which they who fought here have thus far so nobly advanced. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that from these honored dead we take increased devotion to that cause for which they gave the last full measure of devotion, that we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. For if we should all be forgotten and my words fade into footnotes, history will not forget the sacrifices of Alex Preddy and Renee Nicole Good defending basic human dignity in Minneapolis and 6 other people in ICE custody. And I, D.C. Shepard, am the wrath of history, making sure, along with all of you bringing your own wrath of history, that injustice is chronicled and shouted down so that justice can be done. With that in mind, I'd like to bring in a short video from Governor J. Robert J.B. Pritzker explaining why America celebrates Lincoln's recent birthday on February 12th better than I ever could. Don't worry, I'll expose Lincoln's flaws and near-tyrannical actions later, but I'm going to let Illinois have their favorite son for a minute, even though he was born in Kentucky, because that poor besieged state really could use the win.
It's Abraham Lincoln's birthday today, and we're so pleased in Illinois to celebrate him. He was our greatest president and a son of Illinois, and he fought for a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. We remember him for that and for leading our nation to unity and union. And today we celebrate him and his legacy, and we remember that Illinois has carried that on. We were the first state to ratify the 13th Amendment, ending slavery. We were the first state to ratify the 19th Amendment, granting women the right to vote. And we continue to fight for civil rights in Illinois in his memory. So remember that here on Abraham Lincoln's birthday and throughout President's Day weekend, the pride that we hold as Illinoisans for our history and our future.
The presidency is one of the most flexible jobs in the world. A president can either try to command everything, or just hire the right people and let them figure it out. There's strong evidence, in my opinion, that the original intent of the president was as mainly a coordinator, requiring the opinion in writing of the cabinet while making sure the judiciary was well staffed in conjunction with the Senate. A commander of the armed forces once hostilities are initiated by Congress. A compiler of feedback from the people giving Congress recommendations in the State of the Union. Lastly, someone who used to coordinate times for congressional adjournment if each house disagreed, which is a lost power of the presidency, actually, since Congress now sets the adjournment times in advance. But along with calling special sessions is one that, as I'll demonstrate shortly, could be a potent weapon against gridlock in the right hands. I had a dream a few months ago where I was President of the United States, which again I wanted to be when I was 5 before my mom got me a book on all of the presidents who have ever been assassinated when I was like 8. In my dream, I got to bring my fiancée and her son to the US expeditiously instead of waiting until 2030. A Secret Service detail made sure our little man was safe going to and from school, and then I brought her large family to live and work at the White House if they so chose. I think it was my subconscious trying to process my fears that I may not have the ability to protect the people I love the most. I'm mulling running as a novelty candidate in DC only in 2028 to make sure people know the truth of what's at stake, while running a McKinley-style porch campaign for the most part, with the option to take it nationwide in the event Trump does run for an illegal and unconstitutional third term. Hopefully it'll just be a fun perennial candidacy. In the highly unlikely event this transgender autistic person who prefers their pseudonymity did win the presidency, in my first 100 days I would immediately clean out the government of any criminals, including an executive order to RIF, reduction in force, federal government speak for fire, all CPB and ICE agents charged with such. Investigate any Trump pardons made with corrupt intent to determine whether advisors signed them for his demented ass, and dare affected pardonees to sue to establish limits on presidential pardons, once and for all. Yeah, it's probably unconstitutional, but I'm the goddamn president, so deal with your own time and money-wasting strategy in litigation being thrown back at you, MAGA, because you opened up this can of worms. Restore all the hard-working federal employees who were illegally terminated via fake rifts or put on administrative leave for doing the right thing. Begin a new generation deal of community hiring programs to relieve agency shortages, such as with air traffic controllers, easing unemployment like FDR did with the Civilian Conservation Corps, the Tennessee Valley Authority, and so much more. Roll back all the tariffs and sue any major corporations that could afford to but did not reduce prices as a result, such as Walmart. Also make an executive order ordering all private companies to stop shorting workers with hours in order to steal money from SNAP or face lawsuits. Also sue big tech into open sourcing AI or social media algorithms built on stolen and anti-competitive material. Restore the traditional fireside chat, there I go again, tipping my hand that FDR is my favorite president, as a weekly live stream explaining what I can of what the US government has done that week while gathering feedback. Calling special sessions of just the House and just the Senate each month to check in with legislators and make sure Congress's and the people's wishes are being respected by my administration. Call one or both houses of Congress into special session in the event weaselly leaders attempt to adjourn Congress early for political gain, such as Mike Johnson did to try to avert a vote on the Epstein files last year. Propose a federal anti-SLAPP law to permanently enjoin vexatious, politically motivated litigation against political opponents by the federal government after making sure my lawsuits were grounded in law. Propose a law designating the Attorney General as a, quote, inferior officer nominated by the Judicial Conference of the United States and confirmed by the Senate, while requiring the latter to receive expert analysis from the American Bar Association and all district attorneys. Recommend a massive antitrust investigation by the FCC into all major internet providers and big tech companies, including declaring a national internet access emergency to build new broadband faster, since the president does have the power to shut down the internet if need be in an emergency under the Communications Act of 1934. It seems easy to declare emergencies, even fake ones like with the tariffs. But I would want to work with Congress rather than muscling this through if possible. Recommend that the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, my current agency but really in name only since last year when the president's budget goblin Russell Vogt started trying to shut us down, finally has senior leadership that is responsive to the needs of its employees, and is back as the sheriff aggressively investigating crypto, AI scams, NFTs, all that crap. Also have the CFPB and other financial regulatory agencies establish new rules, or in some cases re-establishing existing ones, against pump and dump schemes, junk fees, and dark patterns meant to prevent people from canceling online subscriptions. Among other things meant to eventually disarm the powers of the president to a large degree by using the big stick carried softly, to paraphrase Teddy Roosevelt, in order to clear the board of corruption, and then putting in place structural reforms with stricter laws to tie my own hands so I can somewhat relax. Escalate to de-escalate, am I right? If you'd like me to go in more depth about what I do as president, I can in a future video. Yet I'm not sure I would be able to do so without making mistakes or devastatingly bad decisions, since the presidency is a difficult office that tests even people with ironclad integrity. This is demonstrated by this scene from the TV show The West Wing, Season 1, Episode 3, A Proportional Response. I'm thrilled more people are watching this fantastic show now that it's back on Netflix, though I and my parents both still have our complete DVD collections. I ripped the following scene from a screen recording of the Netflix stream for the purposes of commentary under fair use. Theirs is pristine because it mostly is used as a shelf for my Wii U, while mine has a slight tear on it. On the box, I mean. Anyway, this pivotal debate between President Josiah Bartlett and Chief of Staff Leo McGarry occurs 36 minutes into the episode as the president grapples with his anger over the downing of a plane carrying his physician, Morris Tolliver, by the Syrian government in the prior episode 3 days earlier. This also comes after a scene in the Situation Room wherein he initially weighed limited strikes with the Joint Chiefs and didn't like any of them. The latter scene between President Bartlett and Leo is one of my favorite scenes in the show, period, and a cornerstone of the series, establishing the dynamic between the president's intellectual idealism and occasional temper, both influenced by his Catholic upbringing, and since I'm an ex-Catholic, I feel I have a lot of fire and brimstone at times too. Just take a watch or read of my recent battles with the abusive, dangerous, stubborn, litigious cult leader Wahid Azal, and Leo's role as the pragmatic, cooler head in the relationship. This is why it's so important to have competent staff that balances out the president's impulses instead of a bunch of yes-men fighting each other to please the king like Trump has wanted, and got in both administrations, even if Susie Wiles has been somewhat able to herd the cats. After all, a good chief of staff needs to A, not mouth off to Vanity Fair like she did, and B, be able to call the president out on his, or hopefully in the future, her or their bullshit. If I felt like going all Wrath of History, I could trust my best friend Brian to be the Leo-like chief of staff, keeping me calm. Let's take a look.
Leo. What do you need, Leo? Well, you've gone through everyone who works for you and everyone who's married to you. I didn't know who else you could get mad at, so I was afraid the American people might be next. Oh, by the way, when we're done here, you're sending Abby some flowers. Did you know that 2,000 years ago, a Roman citizen could walk across the face of the known world free of the fear of molestation? He could walk across the earth unharmed, cloaked only in the protection of the word civis Romanus. I am a Roman citizen. So great was the retribution of Rome, universally understood as certain should any harm befall even one of its citizens. Where was Morris's protection, or anybody else on that airplane? Where is the retribution for the families? And where is the warning to the rest of the world that Americans shall walk this earth unharmed, lest the clenched fist of the most mighty military force in the history of mankind comes crashing down on your house? In other words, Leo, what the hell are we doing here? We are behaving the way a superpower ought to behave. Well, our behavior has produced some crappy results. In fact, I'm not 100% sure it hasn't induced it. What are you talking about? I'm talking about 286 American Marines in Beirut. I'm talking about Somalia. I'm talking about Nairobi. And you think ratcheting up the body count's going to act as a deterrent? You're damn right. Then you are just as stupid as these guys who think capital punishment's going to be a deterrent for drug kingpins. As if drug kingpins didn't live their day-to-day lives under the possibility of execution. And their executions are a lot less dainty than ours and tend to take place without the bother and expense of due process.
So, my friend, if you want to start using American military strength as the arm of the Lord, you can do that. We're the only superpower left. You can conquer the world, like Charlemagne. But you better be prepared to kill everyone. And you better start with me, because I will raise up an army against you, and I will beat you.
He had a 10-day-old baby at home.
I know.
We are doing nothing.
We are not doing nothing.
We're destroying.
4 high-rated military targets?
And this is good?
Of course it's not good. There is no good. It's what there is. It's how you behave if you're the most powerful nation in the world. It's proportional, it's reasonable, it's responsible, it's merciful, it's not nothing. 4 high-rated military targets.
Which they'll rebuild again in 6 months.
Then we'll blow them up again in 6 months. We're getting really good at it. It's what our fathers taught us.
Why didn't you say so? Oh, man, Leo. I think of all the work you put in to get me to run. I think of all the work you did to get me elected. I could pummel your ass with a baseball bat.
Oh, here's one you'll like. Bertram Coles.
Oh, I like anything that starts with Bertram Coles. Let's have it.
Coles goes on the radio yesterday, and he says, people in his district love America, and you better not come down there, because you might not get out alive.
Bert's calling me out?
No, apparently, the people in Bert's district are so patriotic that if the President of the United States himself were to show up, they'd kill him.
Ziegler must be ballistic.
Toby is on it.
Oh, by the way, who was that kid before? The one who figured out where my glasses were?
Well, if you want him, that's your new body man.
What's his story?
As you can see, Bartlett is profoundly intelligent, yet a man of deep, sometimes dangerous passion. His intellect makes him articulate, sometimes to the point of boring the staff or condescending down to them. But his heart, while in the right place, makes him want to, per the episode's recap, quote, blow them off the face of the earth with the fury of God's own thunder, as a matter of personal and national vengeance. And with the world's most powerful military, able to strike any country in a matter of minutes or hours at most, it is all too easy for temptation to kick in. Which, as I described in the previous episode called History Flights number 8, The Dumb Road Doctrine, talking about the illegal invasion of Venezuela is a huge problem for our republic, for any republic. This is because the Constitution was designed for a small, mostly agrarian nation with a military composed of militiamen and a wooden navy, not for Congress to fritter away its power to declare war and oversee the military's appropriations every 2 years by making funding for it, quote, must pass in what has become a monolithic, nigh unstoppable air, sea, and land force guarding our Roman-style imperial bases on the frontier, our allies in Western Europe, East Asia, and Oceania, as opposed to the imperial core of North America where Congress somewhat matters. Leo reminds him that while he could easily conquer the world, not creating a massive body count in the process requires restraint, in order to make sure that the American people are not next in Jed's wrath. Advice President Trump obviously did not get when it came to Venezuela, though there were encouraging signs of diplomatic détente with Iran before he postured against them. I'm furious that the regime struck Iran, but Wahid Azal was once again being ignorant of how geopolitics actually works. While slandering my colleague Dale Husband again, but what else is new for Yahoo asshat, in service of rabidly anti-Western fear-mongering despite illegally abusing Western legal systems against his opponents. The post reads from the Goa force. That's actually horrifying. Once again, excuse the naivete of my question, but do you expect anything from the upcoming American assault? Wahid replies, lots and lots of innocent people dead. It will be a bloodbath on the scale of World War II. That is the only expectation. If you are watching closely, the Russians and Chinese are both also signaling they will join the fight if it breaks out. The Goa force responds, I'm afraid you're right. But the US forces arrayed against Iran do not indicate a wide-scale war to me by themselves, even if other regional players from the severely diminished axis of resistance get involved. The last strikes against Iran didn't erupt into regional war either, and the Iranian regime has its hands full with domestic unrest. So Trump is hoping, probably incorrectly, to use this as leverage to get Iran into the same exact deal he ripped up a decade ago because a black man did it. Russia is more interested in manipulating their puppet into getting trade deals done to revive their economy, and China's economy and military is not yet ready for a war with its largest trading partner, especially due to rampant paranoid purges by Xi Jinping. Eventually, Leo's logic wins out, but not before he invokes "it's what our fathers taught us." Still, Bartlett delivers a blistering critique of the rules of modern warfare. I often share this frustration when thinking of how little President Biden was able to do to prevent the suffering of people in Gaza, or how little we can or should do to aid Iranian protesters without risking a wider regional conflict. Speaking of the Middle East, here's another ignorant comment by Wahid Azal. But on the upside, if all-out war explodes, Israel may very well be completely destroyed in the first week. Iranian missile technology has become among the most sophisticated in the world, as the June 12-day war proved. Trump's presidency will also be destroyed along with it when the first dozen American body bags start coming in, especially as any protracted military attack on Iran by the U.S. will violate the War Powers Act or resolution. 50 U.S.C. Chapter 33, Seek. Because it's Section 33, dumbass. The mullah's regime will be gone at the end of it, but so will the entity as well, and that is a good thing that both those POS cease to be. American global hegemony will also end, and the US dollar will cease being a reserve currency everywhere, as much of the planet starts to transition to a post-unipolar, BRICS multipolar economic arrangement. This means Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, but that economic bloc doesn't really coordinate very well. It's just a club of countries that are slightly annoyed about the reserve currency status, but they're not actually going to do anything about it. In either case, this war, if it happens, will also be the one instigated by the ruling pedocracy of the West to distract attentions from the fact that literal criminals rule Anglo-European Western nations and their client states elsewhere, such as the UAE, etc. This last comment should drive my unhinged, fixated stalker crazy now. Wahid Azal overestimates A, the ability of Congress to punish anything Trump does before Democrats gain control of the House and possibly the Senate in the midterms, and to impeach and remove him due to 2/3 of the Senate needing to convict. B, the likelihood of all-out war, and C, Iranian missile capability. If Iran had been able to completely destroy Israel with missiles, it would have done so during Operation True Promise 2, its 200 missile attack against Israel in October 2024. However, the missile defenses of Israel, the United States, Saudi Arabia, and Jordan blocked all but 34 missiles, and the only casualty was a Palestinian man. So much for the axis of resistance. Conversely, Wahid Azal is so fixated on this possibility, in fact is even salivating for it due to his irrational anti-Semitic hatred of Israel, that he is once again often ignorant about the realities on the ground. Also, I'm not a stalker simply for exposing the public behavior and statements of Wahid Azal, who has illegally exposed my real name in retaliation for protected speech, hurled transphobic and queer erasure insults at me, my genitalia, and my relationship, called me a Nazi without evidence, sent multiple of his sock puppets or cultists, including Caroline Al-Mansour, Shorsa, and moron Matt Douglas to shit all over my comments section, and illegally abused the Copyright Claims Board to try to silence me, which he will be banned from for a year for Section 512F bad faith liability once I win. After which, I very much plan to finally stop talking about him if he stops harassing me. He simply knows he will lose again once people know the truth if he attacks me directly, so is cowering behind a Reddit block. But you can't hide forever, no matter how many podcasts you trick into platforming you. Non sequitur trying to gotcha me as some uncritical West supporter, when I agree that the President of the United States is a pedophile and a criminal notwithstanding. President Trump and Wahid are both sociopathic narcissists with the emotional capacity of toddlers, who immediately DARVO, deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender, their opponents, in the most personal of terms, without evidence to deflect from their own behavior, and neither can understand international relations. Anyway, at the end of the episode, President Bartlett says the following right before the fade to black with frustration still very visible on his face. Good evening. At 12:01 a.m. local time, the United States military began an airstrike against Syrian intelligence and military targets. The targets were selected to degrade their ability to plan and carry out further terrorist acts against American citizens and interests. I'll take a few questions. When you're the President of the United States, you can always try to do whatever you want. If he wanted to, the President could start a nuclear war in minutes. Laws and the Constitution are not self-executing, so it depends on who will stop you. As Leo said, he would raise an army against Bartlett and crush him. I found it funny how, right after that, Bartlett goes down an octave and Leo does too, showing that their friendship can withstand this kind of test, so that both men can do the best they can in service of the American people. For a future, hopefully, Democratic president, will they be that Bartlett who listens to Leo in the end? Will they have that team of rivals that will advise a Lincoln or an FDR called upon to tackle any number of crises, such as climate change, with speed while still respecting our constitutional order? Before moving on, I'd like to briefly play the scene from episode 1 of Death by Lightning, another fantastic show by Netflix and one of my favorites I've seen this year and thoroughly enjoyed rewatching for this essay, of James Garfield attempting to give a speech at the Republican convention for John Sherman, only to get reluctantly roped into being nominated himself in the 1880 election. For comparison, you can follow along while reading the real speech, which shows what was kept and what was abridged for the original speech again. It'll be up on screen. Key statements and themes from that speech that were overlooked by the TV show but are very relevant today include continually buttering up Sherman's experience, offering an olive branch of peace to the South, inviting them to, quote, renewed brotherhood, while stating that the South must admit that, quote, in the war for the Union, we, the North, were right and they were wrong, insisting that national peace must be built on the immortal principles of truth and justice, where all men stand equal before the law, and funniest of all, as you'll see with this clip from the movie 300, warning that the upcoming election is their thermopylae. In that last bit, he argues that Republicans must stand as a united Spartan host to withstand the Xerxes of democracy. He calls for the support of every faction, asserting that victory is only possible if they set aside internal assailing and shadows. And while that movie has its problematic racism and homophobic stereotypes, that quote was absolutely awesome. And we should also fight Trump in the shade if we have to, holding the narrow mountain passes of democracy firm against the Xerxes of MAGA. Also important to note thematically, as stitched throughout the scene, is the increasing frustration of Charles Guiteau, brilliantly played, by the way, who originally just wanted to serve the Garfield campaign in any role he could, as you'll see in the next clip from Death by Lightning's second episode, that demonstrates, in my mind, how people can fanatically devote themselves to any example echoes in the violent MAGA extremists of today, where he shot President Garfield when he didn't get the position of consul to Paris, though Garfield would have likely lived if his doctors had read that newfangled European research about washing hands before digging for the bullet with their fingers. Despite Garfield's awesome oratory, ambidextrous handwriting, quote, so celebrated that people said he could write a sentence in Latin with one hand, while simultaneously writing the same sentence in Greek with the other, and good character as demonstrated by the final Death by Lightning clip, Garfield died before he could destroy the patronage system favored by party bosses like Roscoe Conkling in favor of a civil service system where federal hiring was based on merit rather than the spoil system established by Andrew Jackson. Oh, we'll get to him! Ultimately, though, I feel like his suffering in the Civil War, in the political arena, and even on the operating table were vindicated by history when his signature policy proposal was accomplished by his vice president, Chester Alan Arthur, a reluctant pick for the Garfield campaign played brilliantly in the show by Nick Offerman. Seriously, go watch it! Who ultimately banked on the nation's mourning to get the Pendleton Act passed in 1883. Which was solidified by the Civil Service Reform Act signed into law by Jimmy Carter in 1978. This is in a similar manner to how Lyndon B. Johnson was a ticket balancing candidate for JFK in the 1960 election because JFK realized he couldn't carry the South without LBJ, only to ultimately be the one to build off of JFK's tragic assassination by one guy, people, to pass the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that are both being currently fed through a shredder by the regime. In any event, speaking of the Civil War and team of rivals, 161 years after the memory of Abraham Lincoln became enshrined in the hearts of the people with his death and the construction of the Lincoln Memorial in 1922, and dedication of it by his only surviving son, Robert Todd Lincoln, how should we reconcile the Union and American ideals of the Declaration of Independence, of the Constitution, of liberty and justice for all that have liberated so many people who fought for their rights in America and abroad? The presidency that is my first special interest with hatred, slavery, imperialism, the Confederacy, and a presidency that would abet everything Confederates killed for. How does a future Democratic president begin to right this country and fight for what's right without being tempted to use the Supreme Court's invented criminal immunity, massive military, and prior erosion of checks and balances to swift political advantage, when Trump will likely pardon most of his people out the door as Biden did, and establish a precedent? This spiritual struggle has been immense for me since I wanted to be president, knew all the presidents by heart, and designed an alternate history method of resolving election disputes with non-lethal lightsaber duels that permitted Darth Maul to be president from 1881 to 1893. In fact, I somewhat understand the perspective of the villain from the 1994 modern action classic Speed, Howard Payne, played brilliantly by Dennis Hopper when he says,
Are you ready to die, friend? Fuck you. Oh, in 200 years, we've come for my regret, but I have one life to give for my country to fuck you.
The one-liner is funnier in context, trust me, and I was beyond seated for this movie and can't wait to show it to my fiancée. Anyway, all the NPSM 7 letters and watch lists will not deter me from speaking true history to power, just as I recently did towards the deluded narcissist Wahid Azal, who has started a campaign of legal abuse against me to try to silence me. If ICE or CPB jackboots try to silence me like they have legal observers in Minnesota, even after the announcement of the drawdown of federal presence, I regret I have but one life to give my country. Though I doubt it will come to that. Tell my story if it does. Whatever the case may be, by telling you all my understanding of what the presidency, the institution that has always and always will outlive the person of the president, should be about, I can come to some sort of optimism and some practical solutions. I should know, I wanted to be president because I thought presidents were cool, powerful, independent, everything I was not. So the best place to start is at the very beginning. With the man whose norms of what the presidency should be we've coasted off of for 2.5 centuries. The man great in both literal and metaphorical stature, who created the job since he was seen as the only man for the job, and could have been crowned king if he wanted to, and was often feted as such, with George Washington. In my opinion, the presidency and the electoral college system, as it was originally written by the founders, was designed with him and men like him in mind. By the standards of the time, where the suffrage rested exclusively on white men with property, it was incredibly anti-democratic by today's standards, and that was by design. Ideas such as the executive being so indirectly elected were specifically designed to serve as a sieve to prevent people who were intending to merely profit off the executive powers or off demagoguery from getting into power. So they would be fucking horrified at Trump's non-consecutive election and consider further restricting the rights of us stupid common folk justified by our choice of candidates, whose passions they had already only intended to be expressed in the House of Representatives. For the Senate, until the 17th Amendment was elected by state legislatures. Of course, that executive was also significantly weaker, since, psych, there were other presidents of the United States in Congress assembled during the Revolutionary War and Articles of Confederation eras. They were basically like the Speaker of the House, though, with very little executive authority, so unless there's significant interest, I will not be diving into them. Back to the first president under the new Constitution. The founders basically fanboyed that Washington was in the room where the drafting of the Constitution happened, presiding over the convention. So the powers were expanded as they were specifically designed for someone like Washington to occupy. Colonial Williamsburg has a really good breakdown that I'll quote from. Many of the framers fear that if a legislature chose the president, it would conspire to choose someone it could influence. Governor Morris of New York, who favored a popular vote, reasoned that a legislative election of a president would be a, quote, a work of intrigue, of cabal, and of faction. It will be like the election of a pope by a conclave of cardinals. Ordinary people, they claimed, would not be able to personally judge the capabilities of leaders from other states. Massachusetts delegate Elbridge Gerry explained that the people shouldn't be involved, since they would be, quote, too little informed of personal characters in large districts, and liable to deceptions. Charles C. Pinckney of South Carolina agreed that ordinary voters would be misled by, quote, designing men. He also feared that a popular vote would allow the larger states to dominate the presidency. Yet the facts also point to the idea that having a council of wise men entrusted by the public to then deliberate together on and select the best candidate was a fair compromise at the time in the framers' minds, especially since the voting system was very haphazard in 1789. New York wasn't able to figure it out in time, so sent no electors. Besides, everyone knew it was going to be George Washington. Though John Adams somewhat resented his time as vice president and figured Alexander Hamilton had something to do with him receiving 34 votes to Washington's 69. Yes, Washington was elected unanimously, but every elector got to cast 2 ballots under the original procedure before the 12th Amendment to choose the runner-up as vice president. So all the first ballots went to Washington and the second ballots were split up. Hamilton absolutely did meddle to keep Adams from inadvertently tying Washington. The Electoral College could have rejected demagogue candidates if they had ever operated independently. The problem was that after 1796, political parties intruded into everything, and the 12th Amendment only separated out the votes for president and vice president in 1804 to prevent an Electoral College tie, like what happened in 1800, more on that later, and result in contingent election in the House without nationalizing elections as Trump wants to do, continuing to leave them to states. That meant Electoral College electors became bound to the statewide popular vote winner, and faithless electors were punished, which was upheld by the Supreme Court in 2020. Perhaps for the better, as according to this article from NPR, if the case had gone the other way, it would have been a nightmare scenario in which people unhappy with the general election results could go after electors and try to threaten them or cajole them or bribe them to vote in a particular way, said Richard Hazen, an election law expert at the University of California, Irvine. However, this also has had the unintended side effect of making the Electoral College highly unrepresentative, which along with the heavy polarization in large areas of the country that rarely change political affiliations means swing states get the most campaign dollars. However, if the popular vote was the only thing that mattered, then the same problem would happen with only major metropoles getting investment and rural areas being ignored. The original process was designed to balance states, though partially that was because slave states would get annoyed that they wouldn't have as much effect on the outcome because of their high non-voting slave population. A note on the framers and slavery. People called slavery wrong even in ancient times, so defenses that it was just the times fall flat. A few framers, most notably John Adams, did not have slaves, and even many of those that did, like George Washington, eventually recognized how wrong it was and manumitted their slaves upon death. But sadly, neither he nor Martha could legally do so, for human beings inherited from her prior marriage to Daniel Parke Custis. I can understand not holding much respect for Thomas Jefferson either, due to his rape of Sally Hemings, for even a world in which a slave says yes is not consensual due to the power imbalance, but you have to hold that with his contributions to the founding of this country. His life, like many historical figures, with the obvious exception of monsters like Hitler, Stalin, and Pol Pot, is messy and defies easy dismissal in the contextless snap judgment of social media. Even my respect for Washington's diminished significantly by the fact that when I visited Mount Vernon on a river cruise with my then wife, I was led to a mass grave with an uncountable number of people inside, not to mention the numerous wanted ads he placed for runaway slaves. Without such flawed men who planted the seed of American liberty in the first place, though, we wouldn't have the country we have today. We must hold the good, the bad, and the ugly of history. The ugly truth is America did only see black people as livestock. Hence why slaves only counted as 3/5 of a person, and southern states immediately got a boost in representation from Reconstruction. After that ended under President Rutherford B. Hayes in 1876, which I'll get into more later, they promptly started passing Jim Crow laws, literacy tests, poll taxes, etc., to keep black people from voting and cement white supremacy, causing one congressional committee to propose reducing Southern representation in proportion to the number of people barred from voting. That's why I support the National Popular Vote Compact, which awards the electoral votes of states who sign on to it to the winner of the National Popular Vote. Also, the 24th Amendment was passed to ban poll taxes on January 23, 1964, and could conceivably be used in lawsuits seeking to block any requirements for voter ID like those floated in the SAVE Act, that is stalling in the Senate, since most voters would have to travel great distances and pay fees to get such if they do not already have a passport, driver's license, or state ID. Back to George Washington. Much of my reflections on his life and presidency will be based on the book Washington's End. While it's also interesting to me to analyze the often overlooked perspective of Martha Washington through the lens of Season 71, Episode 1 of the podcast American History Tellers. Using the smooth, warm tones of Lindsey A. Graham, no relation to Senator Lindsey O. Graham, to guide us through American history. Even as John Adams prepared to become president himself in 1797, he greatly envied George Washington. Quote, his excellent universal character would command the approbation of all America and unite the cordial exertions of all the colonies better than any other persons in the Union, Adams remembers having told the delegates, according to the author of Washington's and Horn, while, quote, worrying that the people might turn the general into an idol. They ended up naming children and towns after him, holding balls for him, and turning up at Adams' inauguration just to wave goodbye to Washington. Even Abigail Adams doubted whether her husband could fill Washington's place. Horn continues that, quote, Washington's willingness to surrender power after 2 very reluctant terms, establishing a precedent that would only be broken by Franklin Delano Roosevelt, as we'll discuss later, merely conforms to a culture obsessed with Cincinnatus, the ancient Roman general who saved the Republic only to surrender power and return to his farm, and had Washington lived in another time or another culture, he might instead have copied Caesar. This is doubtful. Washington had no children, so he had no chance of a political dynasty, unlike the one John Adams, president from 1797 to 1801, formed with his son John Quincy, president from 1825 to 1829. Plus, his resignation of his commission as commander-in-chief of the Continental Army in 1783 established that grabbing power was not in Washington's nature. That did not, however, stop critics in the emerging Democratic-Republican Party, usually simply called the Republicans, from accusing him of betraying the legacy of the American Revolution and craving a crown anyway. And, quote, Washington refused to stand for a 3rd term, in part because he knew he could no longer carry every electoral vote as he did in his first 2 elections. Though, as I explained earlier, both elections were unanimous but had some contention otherwise. Apparently, the Republicans who supported France after their revolution and thought Washington was betraying France's support in the Revolutionary War by signing the controversial Jay Treaty of 1794 with Britain, also, quote, urged the French to meddle in the recent election of 1796 on Thomas Jefferson's behalf. I imagine it sounded a lot like, France, if you're listening. This tension soon led to the XYZ affair, where there were over $250,000 in requested bribes to French Foreign Minister Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, among other corrupt dealings that gave rise to the line, millions for defense, not 1 cent for tribute, and the quasi-war of 1798 to 1800 necessitating George Washington's return to military command. I'll get to that momentarily, but to flesh out our perspective on George Washington's popular reception, it is important to turn to American history tellers' dramatically reenacted analysis of Martha Washington's time also having difficulty establishing First Lady norms that nevertheless endured for the remainder of our republic.
But George's new role meant that he and Martha would have to move to New York, the new nation's temporary capital. So while Martha remained behind in Mount Vernon to pack up the house, George traveled to New York, where on April 30th, 1789, he was inaugurated as America's first president. 2 weeks later, Martha set out to join him in New York. As she traveled north with her adopted grandchildren, she came face to face with her new reality of living as a national public figure. In nearly every town she passed through, she was greeted by cheering supporters. Citizens hailed her as Lady Washington and set off celebratory fireworks in her honor. In late May, the president met her in New Jersey and then escorted her to New York on a brightly decorated presidential barge. When she stepped onto the shores of Manhattan, she was welcomed by crowds of cheering New Yorkers in a 13-gun salute. She briefly thanked the supporters, a rare speech in a time when women seldom spoke in public. Then she joined her husband in a 3-story rented house on Cherry Street, along with her 2 grandchildren, 2 secretaries, and several free and enslaved servants. The new presidential mansion was located on a busy thoroughfare near the wharves along the East River. The constant clamor of ship's bells, wagons, and stray dogs was a far cry from the tranquility of Mount Vernon. And as the Washingtons settled into their new home, they were also immediately inundated with callers. After 2 weeks, Martha complained, "I've not had 1/2 hour to myself since the day of my arrival." The Washingtons were determined, though, to remain accessible to the public, in stark contrast to the aloof monarchs of Europe. But they soon found that the mobs of people arriving at all hours interfered with the president's ability to do his job. As the nation's first president and first lady, the Washingtons were navigating uncharted waters. They needed to strike a balance between upholding democratic principles while asserting the new nation's status and prestige in the eyes of the world. No one knew if the American experiment would succeed. The U.S. was deep in debt, and the machinery of government had yet to be established. George and Martha hoped to project a sense of dignity and stability. Their only precedents were European kings and queens, so in creating their brand new roles, they had to walk a fine line of commanding respect while not appearing to replicate monarchy.
Hoping to find a middle ground, George set up official calling hours. On Tuesday afternoons, he hosted formal receptions called levees for any man who wished to call on him, as long as they were suitably attired. Martha hosted both men and women in Friday evening receptions called drawing rooms. George appeared at the levees wearing a black velvet suit, with a dress sword at his side and a cocked hat in his gloved hand. The events were extremely formal, and Washington tended to be stiff and unapproachable. Rather than shake hands, he received guests with a formal bow. Martha's crowded Friday drawing rooms were slightly more relaxed. She sat on a raised sofa where guests greeted her with a curtsy or bow. Afterwards, they were free to move about the room and mingle. Visitors called her Lady Washington or Madam Presidentress, though Martha preferred the simpler title of Mrs. Washington. It would be decades before the term First Lady came into use. But from the start, the Washingtons' reception sparked controversy. They were accused of being elitist, frivolous, and anti-Republican. A Pennsylvania senator called the gatherings a feature of royalty and certainly anti-Republican. Another critic insisted that there was more pomp at George's levees than there was at the British royal court. For many, the receptions were proof that the president had strayed from the ideals of the Revolution, and the boundaries placed on access to the executive mansion only added fuel to the fire. Imagine you're in New York City in December 1789. You stand on the threshold of a 3-story brick house, the president's Cherry Street mansion. You're a father of 3 and a veteran of the Revolutionary War, but you've fallen on hard times for the past few years. About to knock on the president's door, trepidation washes over you. You take a deep breath to steady your nerves. The door swings open to reveal a tall, liveried footman. He sweeps his gaze over you, his eyes lingering on your empty coat sleeve rolled up and pinned at your right shoulder.
Can I help you? I'm here to call on His Excellency. It's Tuesday afternoon. These are the President's official calling hours, aren't they?
The footman's lips purse with disapproval as he gestures to your worn collar and patched flannel trousers.
You're not appropriately attired to meet the President, but it's important. If you would just let me in. Come back when you've dressed yourself to a standard befitting of the presidential mansion. But I don't have money for new clothes. I lost my arm in the war. Decent work has been hard to come by ever since. It's why I'm here. I know that if I could just speak with my old commander, he'll put things right. I know he'll see that I get paid for my service.
The footman's stony expression softens, but he still shakes his head.
Be that as it may, this house has standards.
You feel a tight knot in your throat, but you push it down, determined to plead your case.
Please, I fought for this country, for General Washington. I deserve to speak with him.
Step aside, James.
You crane your neck to see a plump, white-haired woman approach the door. As the footman stands back to make room for her, recognition dawns upon you. You bow your head slightly.
Lady Washington.
She gestures for you to follow.
Please, come inside. Are you thirsty? Let me offer you some refreshments in the steward's room. You can tell me about yourself and your family.
As you follow Mrs. Washington inside the house, you feel a little lighter in your step. Even if it is just for a brief moment, you don't feel quite so weighed down by your burdens.
Instead of aggrandizing herself, Lady Washington tried her best to throw on some sort of nice receptions, with, again, no guide other than European monarchies, gave a speech which planted the seed of the idea First Ladies could and should speak for themselves, and then also established the tradition of First Ladies using their considerable soft power to advocate for social causes, for she ended up donating to soldiers whose pay had been stiffed by Congress. This was not surprising for her, given that she had donated $20,000, roughly $473,180 today, to the troops during the 1780 campaign in the Revolutionary War. By contrast to George and Martha Washington's restraint that got them flack despite their best efforts, per Peter Baker of the New York Times, whose article sports a 15-foot-tall bronze statue of himself, President Trump has absolutely leveraged the power and prestige of the presidency to splatter his name on everything, like the orange makeup he cakes his bruised hands with, and profit handsomely thereby. His picture has been splashed all over the White House, on multi-story banners on the side of federal buildings, on annual passes to national parks, and maybe even soon on a $1 coin, says Baker. Quote, his name has been etched on the John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, on the U.S. Institute of Peace, on federal investment accounts, special visas, and on a discount drug program. And, if he has his way, on Washington Dulles International Airport and Penn Station in New York. Quote, his White House is pressuring the Smithsonian Institution's National Portrait Gallery to display portraits of Mr. Trump by his supporters. A group of cryptocurrency investors has shelled out $300,000 to forge a 15-foot-tall gold-covered bronze statue of Mr. Trump called Don Colossus to be installed at his golf complex in Doral, Florida. This is particularly egregious to me, and in March I will resume the History Flights Tours series with a tour of the Kennedy Center Portrait Gallery in the East Wing Wound. That is what I call the under construction $400 million ballroom That's 90,000 square feet of cancerous eyesore, paid for with private grift that, per the Independent, might backfire due to the lawsuit by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Going back to Baker, quote, his administration is considering designating a new class of battleships in Mr. Trump's name. His allies are pressuring foreign leaders to endorse his bid for the Nobel Peace Prize and threatening consequences for resisting. Some supporters in Congress have even proposed adding his face to Mount Rushmore, an effort that, for the moment, has gained little traction. This spree of self-aggrandizement goes beyond mere vanity, though Mr. Trump suffers from no particular shortage in that department. I really have a big ego, he noted at the National Prayer Breakfast this month, an assessment that drew no disagreement. What Mr. Trump is actually doing, though, is making himself the inescapable force in American life. Back to that $250,000 bribe for Talleyrand, which even in modern times, roughly $6,380,000, seems quaint with that $2.5 billion bribe to CK I also mentioned earlier. France soon began attacking American merchant shipping with privateers in the Quasi-War, leading to the passage by President Adams of the 4 Alien and Sedition Acts of 1798. Because people were afraid that, quote, one potential source of unrest was recently arrived immigrants who brought the chaotic politics and radical ideas of Europe to America and sought to indoctrinate Americans with their beliefs, the Naturalization Act of 1798 not only increased the residency requirement to 14 years, but also aliens were required to register with federal officials, making enforcement of the Alien Enemies and Alien Friends laws easier. These laws gave the president discretion to deport any suspicious aliens without a trial or hearing. The Alien Enemies Act was only in effect when war was formally declared, and only aliens from nations with which the U.S. was at war could be deported. Since the U.S. and France never formally declared war, this law was never invoked. Unlike the other laws, the Alien Enemies Act passed with Democratic-Republican support. It never expired and is still valid today. It's unfortunate the Alien Enemies Act is still a law, given its invocation by President Trump for the first time, since, quote, the forced removal of all persons deemed a threat to national security from the West Coast to, quote, relocation centers further inland, resulting in the incarceration of Japanese Americans by FDR, which I'll go into more detail on later in the video, to illegally deport hundreds of thousands of Venezuelans back to their country and elsewhere, where they could face persecution in violation of the Convention Against Torture. This is based on the spurious supposition that they were associated with the gang Tren de Aragua and being used to attack the United States by Venezuela, when again, no formal war had ever been declared, and the only aggressor ended up being the United States, both in the ongoing illegal Caribbean boat strikes and Noriega-style kidnapping of President Nicolas Maduro. Hopefully the Venezuelans in third countries can file habeas petitions with Judge Boasberg, who has been holding the line for judicial independence by exposing the government's records of lies in open court, which is an important check by the judiciary given that trial records are required to be made public. This means you, Wahid. Speaking of ancient laws, the Insurrection Act of 1807 does not suspend the Constitution, impose martial law, or exempt the military from following all applicable state and federal laws, and troops deployed under the Insurrection Act would still need to respect First Amendment rights and civil liberties. And the last time it was invoked without the request of a state governor was by President Eisenhower in Executive Order 10730 in 1957. This was when, in response to the desegregation of Little Rock High School as a result of the 1954 Supreme Court ruling in Brown v. Board of Education, Governor Orval Faubus of Arkansas, quote, ordered the National Guard to prevent the Little Rock 5 black students from entering, then withdrew the National Guard to allow rioters to attack them. It was last requested during the Rodney King riots of 1992 by Governor Pete Wilson of California, and then invoked under George H.W. Bush. So, any such attempt to abuse it to, say, prevent the new Congress from being seated in 2027 would face mass protests and a mountain of lawsuits. Still, I'm very nervous about such a creaky law still being around for an equally unscrupulous, yet smarter and less obviously blundering president to abuse. Which is why George Washington's command in the Quasi-War is all the more remarkable. He had an opportunity to exert his popularity to try to undermine President Adams, when Alexander Hamilton was ranked third of the major generals under him, and simply wrote a respectful letter about it. Meanwhile, it's a huge relief that the Sedition Act expired because it shut down Democratic-Republican newspapers that criticized President Adams and the Federalist government, leading future President Jefferson to say, quote, the basis of our governments being the opinion of the people, the very first object should be to keep that right, and were it left to me to decide whether we should have a government without newspapers, or newspapers without a government, I should not hesitate a moment to prefer the latter. I hope someone puts that on a protest sign at the next No Kings March on March 28th. I'll be there giving a speech on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial that pulls from the greatest hits of these essays, called The Wrath of History. It might be a little harder to fit the report of 1800 responding to the censorship campaign by prolific Federalist Papers author and another future president James Madison onto a sign, but it's still worth a read anyway. To summarize though, quote, Madison argued that the Alien Friends Law, as well as the Sedition Act, were unconstitutional and violated the principle of preventative justice. Madison argued that when they came to the United States, foreigners tacitly agreed to obey American laws, and that in return they received the protections of the Constitution, which did not exclusively apply to citizens. While the Constitution granted broad powers to defend the nation, Madison explained, that did not include the power to prevent all unrest by deporting suspect foreigners or punishing all seditious speech. Doing so would endanger people's rights. Madison made the argument for protection of individual rights over the security of the nation. I feel like Madison certainly would have said exactly the same thing in response to the killing of Renee Nicole Goode as part of the illegal ICE occupation of Minneapolis, and would even march with the protesters who got the regime to back down. When Renee Nicole Goode was killed, quote, Walz issued a strong message to federal leaders. I have a very simple message. We do not need any further help from the federal government. To Donald Trump and Kristi Noem, you've done enough. Walz said public safety in Minnesota is his top priority. There's nothing more important than Minnesotan safety, the governor said. Walz said he has issued a warning order to prepare the Minnesota National Guard. He said soldiers are already training and can be deployed if needed. President Donald Trump also commented on the incident. Trump said the video of the shooting was a horrible thing to watch, as stated by the Hindustan Times. Trump claimed the woman was acting aggressively during the incident. Trump alleged the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting. Trump further claimed that the woman violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer. Trump said the ICE officer appeared to have fired in self-defense. Seriously, can this two-legged Thanator, an aggressive leopard-like reptilian creature with 6 legs native to Pandora in the Avatar universe for all the sky people at home, just shut the fuck up for once? And just admit responsibility for some failure of his administration. Well, he kind of did in the quiet Taco Wayne way he did when giving changing stories on the AI video of Barack and Michelle Obama as apes that horrified even the sold-out Uncle Tim Scott, before deleting it without ever admitting fault a day in his life. With The Lion Sleeps Tonight from The Lion King being bastardized, but thankfully only a little tarnished because it's still a good song. Still, thanks for taking an orange diarrhea dump on my childhood, you mean, disgusting, figuratively and literally rotten-smelling sack of bugs. President Obama, a president with actual class and ability to speak complete sentences, how far we've fallen since, said it best in an interview with Brian Tyler Cohen on YouTube. Quote, there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office. Trump is drawing down forces in Minnesota after relentless public pressure, notably only after the killing of 2 white people, but refused to condemn his followers spraying Ilhan Omar with vinegar, indeed suggesting that she had done it to herself with no evidence. This kind of unapologetic behavior is not a bug, but has been a feature of America since we became one of 2 superpowers left after FDR won us World War II. Per an article from McSweeney's entitled, Sorry Not Sorry, Why Donald Trump Never Apologizes, quote, in May of 1960, an American U-2 spy plane was shot down while flying through Soviet airspace right before the Paris summit, where the Soviet Union and the Western powers were set to discuss a détente. The spy plane's invasion of airspace was akin to an act of war, but Premier Khrushchev had publicly committed himself to a peaceful coexistence with the United States if Eisenhower apologized and denied personal knowledge of the spying program. The summit would likely have continued. But Eisenhower refused to apologize. He not only knew about the spy plane program, but approved and oversaw each and every mission, and he said so. In fact, Eisenhower declared he planned to continue the spy missions. Predictably, Khrushchev railed against American aggression on the first day of the peace summit and stormed out. As this was an election year, the U-2 incident was the first question posed to John F. Kennedy at the second televised presidential debate. Should the United States have apologized? Kennedy said yes, insisting that expressing regrets was just good foreign policy. He declared it's not appeasement, it's not soft. Nixon naturally disagreed. He did, however, defend the idea that apologies theoretically had their place in foreign affairs. The United States is a strong country, said Tricky Dicky. Whenever we do anything that's wrong, we can express regrets. Whenever being the key wiggle word. We should apologize when we do something wrong. We just happen to never do anything wrong. So America decided from then on to hardly ever admit to doing anything wrong on the world stage, even blowing up one of the best chances the world had to end the Cold War. This contributed to inflaming tensions with the Soviet Union that led to imperialism by both sides that I'll explore on the next episode, History Flights number 10, The Union of State Systemic Repression. So if you've made it this far and like what I'm doing, please sure to read the 2 essays that will make up most of my script for that episode on my Substack and subscribe. Apologizing would be a weakness for Republicans' obsession with projecting America as masculinely dominant ever since then. The gargantuan man plastered in makeup is clearly MAGA's ideal of masculinity, who stomps around and whines like a little baby in adult diapers every time he has a setback because he never likes to be wrong on anything and suffers narcissistic collapse. I wouldn't know anything about that at all. Speaking of apologies, President Nixon, having been pardoned for Watergate by President Ford, got the chance to apologize in the Frost-Nixon interviews. I remember burning DVDs in iMovie of both this and the documentary Watergate back in, 2012 for one of my professors at American University for extra credit. I wonder if he still has and uses those. In response, Nixon infamously said, well, when the president does it, that means that it is not illegal. Returning to the transcript, David Frost clarified, by definition, Nixon elaborated, exactly. If, for example, the president approves an action, because of the national security, or in this case, because of a threat to internal peace and order of, significant magnitude, then the president's decision in that instance is one, that enables those who carry it out to carry it out without violating the law. Otherwise, they're in an impossible position. Frost was able to retort, so that the black bag jobs that were authorized in the Austin plan, if they'd gone ahead, would have been made legal by your action, and make the former president squirm about the Watergate burglary itself, which he ordered in order to spy on the offices of the Democratic National Convention to try to steal the 1972 election against George McGovern, that he won anyway by a landslide except for Massachusetts and D.C. It's still disturbing that Nixon got away with crimes with a rehabilitated reputation by the time he died in 1994, though I will say his insights on Russia only a few weeks before his death were very insightful on the factors that eventually led to the rise of Vladimir Putin. And even in the midst of the Watergate investigation by Woodward and Bernstein as depicted by All the President's Men, people connected to him who put their careers in jeopardy for him were often fiercely loyal to the bitter end, as the following clip from the movie shows.
What I do is proper.
Oh, I understand.
I've just been through a terrible ordeal. My neighbor's wife has been kidnapped.
Oh, well, how do you think your check got into Barker's account this?
Did
he supervise the shredding?
Can I not answer any more questions? I just do not. Okay? Maybe I could call you.
Are you being told not to talk? Will you call?
I don't know. I'll try.
Mrs. Hamblin?
Yes.
We're from the Washington Post. I'm Carl Bernstein. This is Bob Woodward. A friend at the committee said that we could contact you.
Who was it?
We can't reveal that. You can talk to us. We don't reveal our sources.
You people. Do you think you can come into my home, ask a few questions, have me destroy the reputations of men that I work for and respect? Do you understand loyalty? Have you ever heard of loyalty?
Now let's rewind the clock 172 years back to 1801, returning once more to the presidency of John Adams. Even though I've criticized the guy plenty for the Alien and Sedition Acts, and for good reason, I have to feel for him as well. He was historically sandwiched between a much more popular first president and a vice president who was his political rival in the idiotically naive belief that the loser of the election would be willing to work with the guy who just beat him. Like, can you imagine if Hillary Clinton had to be Donald Trump's vice president, or Joe Biden had to be Trump's? What a wild world that would have been. Still, I will give John Adams this. He gave Paul Giamatti material for the best performance of his career in the HBO show John Adams, which I originally saw as a teenager and has been a pleasure to rewatch to research just how many of the brilliant quotes from the show are exact rather than show inventions, demonstrating the deep intelligence and emotional turmoil he went through. Here are my top 5.
Facts are stubborn things. See, whatever our wishes, our inclinations, or the dictums of our passions, they cannot alter the state of facts and evidence.
Jefferson survives.
What an oddly wholesome way to end that rivalry. And a funny coincidence, they both died on July 4th, when Adams incorrectly predicted in a letter to Abigail Adams on July 3rd, 1776, that July 2nd would be the day that, quote, will be celebrated by succeeding generations as the great anniversary festival, with pomp and parade, with shows, games, sports, guns, bells, bonfires, and illuminations from one end of this continent to the other, from this time forward forevermore.
And do women not live politics, John Adams? When I go to the cupboard and I find no coffee, no sugar, no pins, no meat, am I not living politics?
I have to stand and rail until my voice breaks and my legs collapse beneath me. And this time Congress will act.
Really, the man endured so much to so little point.
Speaking of founding fathers, like the song about the election of 1800, Alexander Hamilton was the crucial person to persuade the House of Representatives to vote for Thomas Jefferson in the contingent election of February 17, 1801. What happened was, Aaron Burr and Thomas Jefferson ran together as a team in the Democratic-Republican Party, with the idea being that Burr would get one less vote on purpose. However, the vote resulted in a 73-73 tie. This relates to a correction I had to make on my otherwise accurate prediction video for the 2022 U.S. House elections made when I was just starting out HistoryFlights Productions TikTok account. That got 70,000 views due to controversy on my hot take about the Republicans winning entirely due to gerrymandering.
So this is what blowing up feels like.
Hi, I'm DC Shepard. For those of you new here, I'm a Democrat, but I have many Republican friends and hold myself to a high standard of historically grounded political analysis, which I am admittedly new to expressing to an online audience. I think my Senate prediction video achieved that, but the end of the House video did not, and oh gosh did it prove that controversy travels fast. I considered privating it or turning off comments, but then I realized this will be a good reminder that anyone can be biased. Besides, I only had to report 5 comments out of 300-something. To be clear, I despise partisan gerrymandering from anyone, and it's been one of the biggest problems with American democracy going back to the 1800s. I voted early in Maryland, and there were no Republican candidates for 8 out of 10 races. I also did not mean to suggest that gerrymandering is the only reason Republicans may win. The missing context of my point is a half-remembered article from The Independent, where a Republican congressman stated that gerrymandering alone should give them the majority back. Essentially, there are other reasons that Republicans may win, which need their own video, but it makes Democratic success in the House harder until the 2030 census. And so, I must give myself one Pinocchio.
It's accurate to say gerrymandering, or politicians choosing their voters, a term coined by Elbridge Gerry, has been a problem from the beginning. It was accurate that gerrymandering boosted Republicans in 2022, just as they won the right to gerrymander in Florida in 2024 while tossing out a New York map gerrymandering against them. This is part of the reason they have the House right now, though Democrats are the heavy favorite to win in the midterms, in part due to the number of Republican rats leaving this sinking ship. Still, as the correction video points out, I half remembered an article and was too blunt about it. Having to fit law and observations into a short time frame for social media is a nightmare, which is why the more of these video essays I do, the harder it is to make shorts. Please let me know your favorite moments in the comments to make that easier. Now on to Thomas Jefferson and to the greatest exertion of presidential power in the foreign field to that time. The Barbary Wars of 1801 to 1805 against the Barbary states in North Africa. Per Thomas Jefferson and the Tripoli Pirates, where all quotes for this section are from unless otherwise noted. These were the Alawi Sultanate, the Regency of Algiers, the Regency of Tunis, and the Regency of Tripoli. These nations had technically been vassals of the Ottoman Empire since the 16th century, but according to DPUS Special Collections, quote, by 1720s, Tripoli had begun operating semi-autonomously from the Ottoman Empire. This gave rise to even more acts of piracy, kidnapping, and blackmail. These illegal activities eventually led to a series of wars with the then young United States of America. In 1798 to 1801, the Ottomans also had their hands full with Napoleon's invasion of Egypt and Syria, the same one that discovered and looted the Rosetta Stone that currently resides at the British Museum. where I saw it on a family trip to London, Paris, and Copenhagen in 2015. This allowed for the decipherment of ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics at the expense of Egyptian autonomy. Anyway, I'm getting off track, though if you would like me to do a deep dive on the invasion of Egypt, or any other historical topic, please let me know in the comments below. Without British protection for its shipping, the United States was a nation, quote, saddled with war debt and desperate to establish credibility. Thomas Jefferson, serving as the American minister to France in 1785, was confronted with a system of state-sponsored piracy that the established Western powers chose to tolerate through the payment of tribute, a practice Jefferson found fundamentally incompatible with American ideals of liberty. While colleagues like John Adams in the early Congress favored the pragmatic, albeit humiliating path of paying annual tribute, Jefferson recognized that the Barbary states seemed to understand only one kind of diplomacy, the kind that was accompanied by a cannon. The realization that, quote, those frigates would have to cross the ocean and try a different kind of diplomacy became the bedrock of Jefferson's eventual foreign policy. This was not merely a military decision, but a moral one. Jefferson argued that a new nation must stand up to intimidation and lawlessness to ensure its survival and prestige. This sentiment was echoed by Captain Bainbridge, who remarked that he hoped never again to be sent to Algiers with tribute, unless it was authorized to deliver it from the mouth of our cannon. A second-order insight into the conflict revealed that the Barbary Wars were not merely about commerce, but represented a profound clash of religious worldviews. When Jefferson and Adams questioned how the Barbary states could justify making war upon nations that had done them no injury, they received a chilling response based on religious dogma. The Tripolitan ambassador, Abdramahan, explained that according to the Quran, quote, all nations which had not acknowledged the Prophet were sinners, whom it was the right and duty of the faithful to plunder and enslave. Chilling stuff indeed. To Jefferson, a consummate deist, the Enlightenment faith in a rational, law-governed world created by a, quote, supreme architect or cosmic clockmaker per the Gilder-Lehrman Institute of American History. This, quote, mixture of greed, religious fanaticism, and self-interest presented a problem that could not be solved through traditional Enlightenment diplomacy. The authors of Tripoli Pirates emphasize that this struggle has, quote, relevance to our dealings in the Middle East today, suggesting that the patterns of religious justification for conflict are a recurring historical motif. The Barbary powers viewed the taking of ships and the enslavement of men as actions justified by the teaching of the Prophet Muhammad, making the war, from their perspective, a spiritual obligation where falling in battle ensured entry to paradise. Tripoli also explored how politics became personal for Jefferson. As an ambassador, he feared for the safety of his own family, specifically his daughter, whom he refused to send to Europe unless she could travel on French or English ships, since they paid bribes for immunity and were therefore safe from the barbarians. His mind revolted at the possibility of a capture, a fear he articulated in letters to his brother-in-law, Francis Epps. The eventual American victory, though achieved through narrow margins and marked by significant setbacks like the loss of the Philadelphia, cemented the legacy of the U.S. Navy and the Marine Corps. The shores of Tripoli, mentioned in the Marine Corps hymn, serves as a permanent reminder of this formative conflict that changed American history. The authors argue that this war taught the world that in America failure is not an option, establishing a national identity rooted in bravery, determination, and the harmony of might and mercy. I'd argue, as I did in my previous episode of History Flights, the Dumb Road Doctrine, that it sowed the seeds of American imperialism along with Manifest Destiny. The next time the executive tried to get muscular, for President James Monroe's near unanimous election and term was marked by lack of conflict, and the Monroe Doctrine was enforced by the British Navy, was Andrew Jackson, who is the president Trump most admires and most parallels in actions and reception alike, an understanding I have gained by reading scholar Walter Russell Mead, who identifies the Jacksonian tradition in American life via his book Special Providence and various essays, such as in Foreign Affairs. Mead argues that Trump's America First platform is a modern manifestation of this Jacksonian impulse, prioritizing the forgotten American worker over globalist institutions in a shared populism undergirded by popularity among the working class. Jackson gained notoriety for his illegal battle at New Orleans on January 8, 1815, since the War of 1812 was already over, though I don't really blame him due to the slow communication. Someone get Jackson a smartphone and an X account. No, don't! As well as genocidal and illegal invasion of Florida in the Seminole Wars of 1819. No wonder Trump put a bust of Andrew Jackson in the White House. He was consciously trying to claim that historical lineage amidst his racism, sexism, and appeals to unfiltered masculinity, and an America gone by, based on industrialism. Historian John Meacham, who wrote the Pulitzer Prize-winning biography of Jackson, American Lion, highlights Jackson's belief that the president is the only direct representative of the entire American people, which justified a more aggressive use of executive power. Like Trump, Andrew Jackson alleged the election of 1824 was stolen from him by a corrupt bargain between John Quincy Adams and Speaker of the House Henry Clay, though the latter actually did use his influence in that position to nudge the outcome of a contingent election. In the House, when none of the 4 candidates gained a majority of electoral votes, whether Quincy Adams was in on it or not, the accusation haunted the rest of his one presidential term before Jackson was victorious in 1828, in an eerie parallel of Trump's return to relevance in 2024. Like Trump, he gained great political capital from what Meacham calls a, quote, visceral connection with his specific base that allowed him to survive scandals. Trumps are so long, I could be here for 10 hours and not scratch the surface, but Jackson was accused of acting like a king after vetoing the charter of the Bank of the United States in 1832 in the famous political cartoon King Andrew I. What's even more ominous about this same linked historical note accompanying said cartoon is that President Jackson stated in a message to Congress that he believed that the Bank of the United States was part of the executive branch and subject to his orders alone. This is a nerve-wracking parallel to Trump's efforts to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook based on cooked-up mortgage fraud and launch a faked investigation into Jerome Powell that thankfully means Senator Thom Tillis is blockading the nomination of Kevin Warsh to replace him as Fed chair until the investigation concludes. Jackson's meddling with the economy led to the Panic of 1837 and the defeat of his successor, Martin Van Buren, in the 1840 election, as William Henry Harrison took over the mantle of populist with his popular campaign slogan, Tippecanoe and Tyler too, based on his own war victory at the Battle of Tippecanoe on November 7, 1811. I highly recommend the video The Other United States of America, The Life and Times of Tecumseh by the hilarious history YouTuber Jack Rackham, History Abridged, for more on the other overlooked side of that battle. But anyway, back to Jackson for a minute. For speaking of Native Americans, in his idiotic whataboutist post attempting to shield the USSR from any criticism for their plausibly genocidal man-made famine called the Holodomor, a note on instrumental memory and the selective invocation of atrocity, vocal on Holodomor but silent on native genocide, Wahidazal accuses me of selective weaponization by stating, when the same speaker who treats one catastrophe as morally self-evident refuses to apply comparable urgency to other atrocities, for instance the mass death and displacement of indigenous populations in the Americas, for which it should be noted Wahid does not go into detail, instead instrumentalizing it himself as deflection. The inconsistency exposes the function of the invocation. The historical event is not being recalled because of its intrinsic human significance. It is being recalled because of its argumentative utility. Memory here operates less as remembrance and more as a persuasive tool. He insinuates that by not introducing a topic initially, I do not care or am being selective, when I do in fact care deeply about the whole world and was focused on critiquing specific arguments made about a specific nation. If he had wanted to bring up Native American genocide at the time, I would have responded. Not every essay, even this one, can be about every subject. Now, however, I am addressing the most infamous parallel between President Jackson and Donald Trump, that being the defiance of the judiciary to trample on the civil rights and human dignity of non-white individuals, Native Americans when it comes to Jackson, Latinos for Trump. In Worcester v. Georgia, 1832, the Supreme Court ruled that Georgia had no authority over Cherokee lands. Both Jackson and the state of Georgia famously refused to enforce the ruling. Though Jackson's alleged statement, John Marshall has made his decision, now let him enforce it, is apocryphal. This led to the genocidal Trail of Tears forcefully migrating them and the other 4 of the so-called 5 civilized tribes to disused land in Oklahoma that President Lincoln stole with the Homestead Act of 1862, 160 acres at a time. But that now has been ruled to be half Native American land in the landmark 2020 Supreme Court ruling in McGirt v. Oklahoma. This is a historic day, Principal Chief David Hill told the Times at the time. This is amazing. It's never too late to make things right. Said unilateral action by Jackson, though, means he murdered 15,000 people, a black mark in the long history of extirpation of Native Americans that led to the country we have today, and such action planted the seeds of the imperial presidency we know today and watered them with blood. This has grown into a mighty tree, dropping ICE agents all over American cities and illegally detaining people a staggering 4,400 times, according to federal judges. Simply put, the branch with the monopoly on the use of violence has the most power in practice. This is the foundation of state power per German sociologist Max Weber's 1918 lecture, Politics as a Vocation, when he stated, "Every state is founded on force," said Trotsky at Brest-Litovsk. This quotation appears to be inaccurate unless I'm missing a different statement by Trotsky, but, quote, that is indeed right. If no social institutions existed which knew the use of violence, then the concept of state would be eliminated, and a condition would emerge that could be designated as anarchy in the specific sense of this word. Of course, force is certainly not the normal or the only means of the state. Nobody says that, but force is a means specific to the state. This therefore leads to dictatorship unless Congress oversees the executive in public hearings and by passing laws by a veto-proof two-thirds majority, such as in the case of the near-unanimous passage of the Epstein Files Transparency Act. People such as the man who wrote a federal judge saying, "Trump has pardons and tanks, what do you have?" dismissed the judiciary out of hand, but it was never meant to be the sole bulwark against executive abuses while Congress fell asleep at the wheel of defending its own constitutional prerogatives. And even though all judges have as their oath, as I mentioned earlier, public court records expose abuses, which even if court orders haven't led to a lot of consequences yet, other than blocking several abuses of power, as stated at the top of the video, it is an important avenue for people to know the truth due to the requirements of truthfulness in open court. Continuing with revolutionary writers, Karl Marx stated in the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, as previously quoted by me in the essay and episode History Flights number 4, No Epstein Files Here, XOXO, President Pedo, about the Second French Republic, the executive power commands an army of officials numbering more than 500,000 individuals, and therefore constantly maintains an immense mass of interests and livelihoods in the most absolute dependence, where the state enmeshes, controls, regulates, superintends, and tutors civil society from its most comprehensive manifestations of life down to its most insignificant stirrings, from its most general modes of being to the private existence of individuals, where through the most extraordinary centralization this parasitic body acquires a ubiquity, an omniscience, a capacity for accelerated mobility, and an elasticity which finds a counterpart only in the helpless dependence, the loose shapelessness of the actual body politic. It is obvious that in such a country the National Assembly forfeits all real influence when it loses command of the ministerial posts. Those were very different circumstances, for as we have seen, state governments have been goaded in defending civil rights under our unusual federalist system granting high local autonomy, but that makes me sick as one of the army of officials who did the right thing for the Constitution and the people of the United States, and is now forced to watch as my agency is gutted. Speaking of which, there are disturbing parallels between Jackson's spoils system that awarded government posts based on political loyalty and Project 2025's wholesale gutting of agencies such as education and justice. As I said earlier in the video, President Garfield wanted to change that, and his vice president and successor, Chester A. Arthur, actually did. One last parallel is the use of executive force inside states to try to quell dissent. Though in Jackson's case it was fairly obvious that South Carolina's stance on states being able to nullify every federal law was unconstitutional, and Trump's invocation of the National Guard that was blocked by the Supreme Court was based on vague Article 2 assertions. Yet their approaches on the central issue at the heart of the nullification question, tariffs, surprisingly diverged. For Jackson solved the nullification crisis not with force, but, quote, a bill that moderately reduced tariffs on items not produced in the U.S. and drastically lowered the tariffs on cheap woolen items, material from which slave clothing was made. The bill, known as the Tariff of 1832, was overwhelmingly approved with significant Southern support. Until the 16th Amendment established a direct income tax without needing a census to change it, tariffs were the primary source of federal income, and historical context for the constitutional requirements of such, which Jackson clearly respected by using legislative means, is established on page 6 of the Supreme Court's recent ruling on IEPA. Learning Resources Incorporated v. Trump. Recognizing the taxing power's unique importance and having just fought a revolution motivated in large part by taxation without representation, the framers gave Congress alone access to the pockets of the people. The Federalist number 48, all at 310 James Madison, see also Declaration of Independence. Paragraph 19. They required all bills for raising revenue to originate in the House of Representatives, U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 7, Clause 1. And in doing so, they ensured that only the House could propose the supplies requisite for the support of government, thereby reducing all the overgrown prerogatives of the other branches. The Federalist number 58 at 359. J. Madison. Again. My poor guy, John Jay, he wrote 5 and then had to call out sick. Anyway, they did not vest any part of the taxing power in the executive branch. See Nicole 173 U.S. at 515. The whole power of taxation rests with Congress. This is a case from 1899. Per MSN Money, Friday, February 20th ruling means the U.S. government could owe more than $175 billion in refunds to importers after the Supreme Court ruled in a 6-3 decision that tariffs unilaterally imposed by Trump are illegal. In response, President Crybaby slammed the Supremes as lapdogs for his political opponents because he's a giant toddler that can only conceive of people in relation to loyalty to himself and loyalty to his opponents. He then imposed a 10, then 15% flat tax on the entire world. Most narcissists like him have destructive capacity of a wild animal once they no longer have any use for you. I should know, I got disposed of by one after we worked together, and now Wahid is illegally abusing the DMCA and the Copyright Claims Board process to try to silence me. But is Trump's threat to leave all the tariffs in place breaking the law? Not exactly. He's saying this like it's all the tariffs, and he's such a big, tough dictator who can shrug the Supreme Court off. However, the uncritical parodying of circumventing language by the media frustrates me, because he hopes people don't look up sections 122, 232, and 301 of the U.S. Code. Well, I did, and they were not impacted by the tariff ruling because that was narrowly tailored to just the worldwide unilateral tariffs on all goods under IEEPA. These sections that remain in place, for now, however, correspond to the following laws that are far different per economic times. Section 232 comes from the Trade Expansion Act of 1962. It allows tariffs or quotas on imports that threaten national security. Trump used Section 232 for 25% steel and 10% aluminum tariffs in 2018. These affected Canada, Mexico, the EU, and other countries. The tariffs under Section 232 remain in place after the Supreme Court ruling, as they are separate from emergency powers. Section 301 is part of the Trade Act of 1974. It allows tariffs in response to unfair foreign trade practices. These include intellectual property theft, forced technology transfers, or discriminatory measures. Trump applied Section 301 tariffs against China, reaching 25% on hundreds of billions of goods. The goal was to target anti-competitive behavior. These expire after 150 days. Section 122 authorizes temporary tariffs to correct large trade deficits. Trump's announcement that marks the first use of Section 122. Unlike Section 232 or 301, it does not require formal investigation before tariffs are imposed. The 10% tariff is meant to replace previous emergency tariffs invalidated by the Supreme Court. It's like saying Biden acted illegally by trying to find other laws for student loan relief. The only similarity is that both student loan relief and worldwide IEEPA tariffs were subjected to the Major Questions Doctrine, which requires the executive to get clear congressional authorization for policies that have significant economic or political consequences. Note that this does not mean I think that President Trump is going to be acting within the bounds of those laws, but presidents are allowed to try enforcing different laws for the same objective, and Congress needs to reassert its prerogatives to make those laws and more clearly delimit what the president can and cannot do. I don't normally agree with Justice Gorsuch on anything, but I do agree with his statement in a concurrence on the ruling against the tariffs that, quote, "For some today, the weight of those virtues is apparent. For others, it may not seem so obvious. But if history is any guide, the tables will turn, and the day will come when those disappointed by today's result will appreciate the legislative process for the bulwark of liberty it is." He also added, yes, legislating can be hard and take time. And yes, it can be tempting to bypass Congress when some pressing problem arises. But the deliberative nature of the legislative process was the whole point of its design. Through that process, the nation can tap the combined wisdom of the people's elected representatives, not just that of one faction or man. Deliberation tempers impulse, and compromise hammers disagreements into workable solutions. And speaking of workable solutions, let's talk about the Civil War and the presidencies of James Buchanan and Abraham Lincoln. James Buchanan may have secretly been our first gay president, but he was such a coward when it came to secession, which was caused by rising tensions over slavery that would take forever to cover, but was also exacerbated by the election of Abraham Lincoln, where he didn't even appear in the ballot on the South and got no votes, therefore. It was almost like two parallel presidential elections. Like most of the weak executives between Jackson and Lincoln, he believed secession was illegal, but that the federal government did not have the right to do anything about it. John Keegan's The American Civil War examines the internal collapse and reconstruction of the nation through a lens of military realism. Keegan, a preeminent military historian, argues that the war's trajectory was dictated less by the brave trumpets of memory and more by the cold logic of geography and logistics, which Lincoln excelled at understanding once he found the right generals. Keegan's central thesis is that geography is the single most important factor in warfare. In the context of the 1860s, the topography of the American South served as a natural defense for the Confederacy, while the vastness of the territory presented the, quote, principal problem confronting the federal government. On page 70, Keegan identifies the immense amount of space Union armies had to cover as the primary obstacle to restoring the Union. This geographic focus provides a second-order insight into the duration of the war. Despite the North's overwhelming advantage in manpower and resources, the, quote, uninhabited and unmapped nature of the southern landscape, coupled with difficult terrain, made a quick, decisive war impossible. However, the lack of railroads and other industrial capacity by the South, as a result of such, was an important reason why they were unable to match the North's industrial output. While the North eventually used southern rivers strategically against the Confederacy, the initial years were characterized by the Union's struggle to overcome the vast amount of space that defined the theater of operations. A critical theme in Keegan's analysis is the difference between an established state and a revolutionary movement. Keegan argues on page 302 that the most significant factor in the war's outcome was that the North, unlike the South, was an established and functioning state in April 1861. This structural stability allowed the North to bankroll the war through government bonds and a temporary income tax, while the South, cut off from exports and lacking industry, remained primitive and Neolithic. That's quite the characterization, huh? This disparity extended to the military efficiency of the respective forces. While the war began with armed mobs of untrained volunteers, by 1865, the Union Army had become the most powerful and well-supplied military force in history up to that point. Keegan makes the strong case that the Union's Grand Army of the Republic was superior even to contemporary European counterparts like the Prussian or Russian armies, largely due to its massive firepower advantage and its officers' skills in using railroads for rapid redeployment. Keegan rejects the Clausewitzian notion that war is a reasonable tool of statecraft, though, viewing it instead as an inherently cultural phenomenon. In his telling, the American Civil War was a national calamity where, quote, droves slaughtering droves occurred to preserve an institution, slavery, that had kept the South primitive. He knows the mayhem, utter hell, of battles like Gettysburg and the, quote, fatalistic sense of God controlling events that many soldiers expressed in their letters. Despite the, quote, lived experiences of men in battle, Keegan's work is noted by some reviewers for factual inaccuracies regarding the South's demographics and economics, such as his claim on page 12 that slaves formed, quote, almost half the population of the whole South, or his errors concerning agricultural geography. Nevertheless, his thematic focus on the, quote, sheer overwhelming advantage of the North and the unsuspected intimacy provided by early photography reinforces the war's status as a modern industrial and deeply tragic conflict. So it makes it all the more tragic that Lincoln used constitutionally suspect amounts of executive overreach in the noble service of keeping the Union together. Perhaps Lincoln's most infamous abuse, which dangerously echoes in Trump's own ignorance of the right to produce the body, meaning have the government bring you to court to demand the government explain why you have been detained, was Lincoln's suspension of the writ of habeas corpus in 1861 along military lines of transportation between Washington, D.C. and Philadelphia. This allowed the military to arrest and detain individuals indefinitely without trial, with a single letter to General Winfield Scott and zero congressional approval. It read, "You are engaged in repressing an insurrection against the laws of the United States. If at any point on or in the vicinity of any military line, which is now or which shall be used between the city of Philadelphia and the city of Washington via Perryville, Annapolis City, and Annapolis Junction, you find resistance which renders it necessary to suspend the writ of habeas corpus for the public safety, you, personally or through the officer in command at the point where the resistance occurs, are authorized to suspend the writ." When Supreme Court Chief Justice Roger Taney ruled in Ex parte Merryman in 1861 that only Congress had the power to suspend the writ, Lincoln famously ignored the ruling, questioning, "Are all the laws but one to go unexecuted, and the government itself go to pieces, lest that one be violated?" Per Wikipedia, the Habeas Corpus Suspension Act of 1863 entitled An Act Related to Habeas Corpus and Regulating Judicial Proceedings in Certain Cases, was an act of Congress that authorized the President of the United States to suspend the right of habeas corpus in response to the American Civil War and provided for the release of political prisoners. So eventually Lincoln was given the legal authority for what he'd already been doing anyway. This extended to, per this legal brief for law students on ex parte Merriman, other legislation that, quote, retroactively approved all of President Lincoln's acts, proclamations, and orders, including his suspension of the writ of habeas corpus. But Lincoln himself never apologized for arbitrarily arresting 14,401 people with zero due process whatsoever when he said he could not, quote, appreciate the danger that the American people will, by means of military arrests during the rebellion, lose the right of public discussion, the liberty of speech in the press, the law of evidence, trial by jury, and habeas corpus, throughout the indefinite peaceful future, any more than I am able to believe that a man could contract so strong an appetite for emetics, a fancy 19th century word for laxatives, during temporary illness as to persist in feeding upon them through the remainder of his healthful life. It's also arguable that Lincoln's calling up of 75,000 volunteers the day after the fall of Fort Sumter on April 15, 1861, while only calling Congress into session on July 4th, exacerbated the conflict by giving the Upper South that until then had been wavering the excuse to also secede and give the South its best general in Robert E. Lee, who decided his loyalty to Virginia outweighed that of the Union when he resigned from the U.S. Army on April 20th, 1861. Since he and his eventual opponent, Ulysses S. Grant, both attended West Point and served in the Mexican-American War together at the Siege of Veracruz, if both Grant and Lee had been in the Grand Army of the Republic instead of the Confederate Army, the Civil War might have been over in a matter of months after Congress carefully deliberated on what to do. Perhaps Lee's treason would have happened anyway, with the federal government appearing weak by strictly waiting for Congress to declare war, and a few months of deliberation might not have changed much as a result. But it still doesn't excuse Lincoln's reckless and unilateral action here that might have also caused the border states of Missouri, Kentucky, Maryland, and Delaware to secede. Indeed, Lincoln's actions during the war were often perceived by many at the time as dictatorial. Most egregious and unnecessary in my mind was the shuttering of hundreds of northern newspapers that were deemed disloyal or seditious. High-profile cases included the Chicago Times and the New York World after they printed a fake proclamation in 1864. Additionally, the arrest of former Congressman Clement Vallandigham for disloyal sentiments sparked significant backlash, as he was tried by a military commission rather than a civilian court, which the Supreme Court refused to review in Ex parte Vallandigham in 1863. Unevenly applied drafts with $300 buyouts for the rich, the equivalent of $7,717 today, caused the New York City draft riots by Irish Americans against black people they thought would take their jobs, so they figured, why bother fighting for their freedom? I hate the Confederacy, but most of its soldiers were barely if at all literate, while Southern plantation owners manipulated them with the argument that their future also depended on the maintenance of slavery, also buying their way out and also causing riots. It's fair to wonder if the Union could have been restored and slavery ended without abuses of power and 600,000 deaths, which is the most American casualties of any war and 2% of the adult male population at the time. I think the same thing about President Harry Truman using atomic bombs against Japan. Japan had offered to surrender after facing firebombing and the threat of Soviet invasion alone, suggesting that the bombs were mainly about posturing to the Soviet Union as the Allies started to splinter along Cold War lines. Back to the 19th century. All-out confrontation between slave and free states absolutely became inevitable once the Emancipation Proclamation was created, and that made the 13th Amendment a possibility. So perhaps a smaller, less harsh war that left slave states intact would have kept millions in bondage for decades. However, the Emancipation Proclamation was not some altruistic declaration of freedom for people, but a wartime seizure of property, allowing the border states who stayed loyal to carry on with slavery until the 13th Amendment, with the idea of persuading the rest of the South to return to the Union to keep slaves. Though I will concede this was also a strategic imperative to keep Washington, D.C., which is still ringed by old Civil War forts I've been to and highly recommend visiting, from being utterly surrounded, even if barely or unconstitutional. It's also difficult for me to judge Lincoln's actions too harshly, given the tremendous stress he faced. This was one of the first instances in my mind of presidents prematurely aging from such. This came not just militarily with setback after setback, even up until very late in the war, but personally with the deaths of sons William and Thomas, along with Mary Todd's spending sprees and inconsolable grief, and politically with his 1864 re-election in jeopardy due to sluggish progress in the war. That was until Sherman captured Atlanta and Northern Democrat and former incompetent Commander-in-Chief George McClellan's peace platform lost all public support, which probably saved the Union. This just goes to show Americans love their elections even in the midst of civil war. So Donald Trump, who infamously tacos at the slightest actual resistance, which puts the elite capture of law firms, universities, and major media conglomerates in sharp relief, is not going to stop them. There is one action of Lincoln's, however, that I'll give the utmost opprobrium. Remember, to help pay for the war, his Homestead Act of 1862 displaced tens of thousands of Native Americans from Oklahoma, and his bill creating the Transcontinental Railroad did the same thing to the natives of that area, even if it was only completed in 1869. It also destroyed bison migration patterns and exploited the labor of Chinese immigrants only for them to be regarded with suspicion and banned from 1882 to 1943. I have to feel for the guy, though, because after Robert E. Lee surrendered at Appomattox on April 9, 1865, he only got 5 days of R&R before being shot by the coward Booth at Ford's Theater, which I've also been to and also highly recommend in Washington, D.C. if you're ever there. Who knows how Reconstruction would have gone with Lincoln in charge, for much of it was passed by radical Republicans after Lincoln's death boosted his popularity and gave the cause of protecting black freedmen enough momentum to overcome President Johnson's opposition. This led to his failed impeachment in 1867 by one vote in the Senate, when he contradicted the Tenure of Office Act, eventually repealed in 1887 and its principles deemed unconstitutional in an opinion written by Chief Justice and former President Howard Taft in 1926, that we'll get to later. Lincoln's popularity had been low during his lifetime, and this always lifts for former and dead presidents, true for Lincoln, Garfield, and JFK, as you can see. Yet much of the impetus for the Reconstruction Acts was also motivated by revenge against the South in general, so perhaps they still would have been able to include the all-important Reconstruction Amendments, 13th through 15th, that, despite President Trump's overreach, include the following. Ending slavery, except as punishment for a crime, which led to loitering and other minor laws being enforced with harsh prison times in the South to re-enslave black people. Expanding the right to vote to all men. All women would have to come later in the 19th Amendment, unfortunately, though black women such as Frances Ellen Watkins Harper pushed for it at the time, despite being excluded from the broader suffragette movement. Compelling both states and the federal government to treat people equally under the law by what's known as incorporating the Fifth Amendment's requirements for due process to a state level, and automatic birthright citizenship based on centuries of common law jus soli, or law of the soil, understanding. Thankfully, the executive order deleting that last part of a constitutional amendment is going to fail, largely because of the Supreme Court's seminal 6-2 1898 ruling in United States v. Wong Kim Ark. This is a long one, so settle in and grab a snack. Before arriving at the Supreme Court, the parties agreed to the following facts. Wong Kim Ark was born in 1873 in San Francisco, California, United States. His parents were of Chinese descent, subjects of the Emperor of China, then under the control of the Qing dynasty, which was the last dynasty of China before the revolution in 1911 established the First Chinese Republic, and were domiciled residents of the United States, carrying on business there, but were not employed in any diplomatic or official capacity. Keep a pin in that for later. This is important. Since his birth, Wong Kim Ark had maintained a single residence in California and had continually claimed to be a U.S. citizen. In 1890, he made a temporary visit to China and was permitted to re-enter the U.S. as a native-born citizen. In 1894, he again traveled to China on a temporary visit. It's not mentioned what both visits were for, at least from what I read of the case, but my logical presumption would be to see his parents, who had previously left for China in 1890. In August 1895, he returned and was denied landing by customs officials, solely because he was deemed not a U.S. citizen. The district attorney for the Northern District of California argued that Wong Kim Ark was not a U.S. citizen despite being born in San Francisco because of his Chinese parentage, and therefore he should be deported because he was not one of the privileged classes under the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, such as, quote, Chinese merchants, diplomats, scholars, and students who were exempt from the ban. However, in all that time, Wong Kim Ark had never claimed he was not a U.S. citizen, and so even the DA had to concede the Chinese Exclusion Act would not apply if he was a U.S. citizen. I'll quote from the ruling now. Mr. Justice Gray, after stating the case, delivered the opinion of the court. The question presented by the record is whether a child born in the United States of parents of Chinese descent who, at the time of his birth, are subjects of the Emperor of China, but have a permanent domicile and residence in the United States, and are carrying on business, and are not employed in any diplomatic or official capacity under the Emperor of China, becomes at the time of his birth a citizen of the United States by virtue of the first clause of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. All persons born or naturalized in the United States, and subject to the jurisdiction thereof, are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside. In construing any act of legislation, whether a statute enacted by the legislature, or a constitution established by the people as the supreme law of the land, regard is to be had not only to all parts of the act itself, and of any former act of the same law-making power of which the act in question is an amendment, but also to the condition and to the history of the law as previously existing, and in the light of which the new act must be read and interpreted. The Constitution of the United States, as originally adopted, uses the words citizen of the United States and natural-born citizen of the United States. By the original Constitution, every representative in Congress is required to have been 7 years a citizen of the United States, and every senator to have been 9 years a citizen of the United States, and no person except a natural-born citizen or a citizen of the United States at the time of the adoption of this Constitution, which, side note, was basically everybody, because everybody before the Constitution had been subjects of the King of England, shall be eligible to the office of President. The 14th Article of Amendment, besides declaring that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the state wherein they reside, also declares that no state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property, without due process of law, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Another side note that I just thought of, Martin Van Buren was the first citizen born when the United States and its Constitution existed to become president. And the 15th Article of Amendment, back to the court ruling now, declares that the right of citizens of the United States to vote shall not be denied or abridged by the United States or by any state on account of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The Constitution nowhere defines the meaning of these words, either by way of inclusion or of exclusion, except insofar as this is done by the affirmative declaration that all persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States. In this, as in other respects, it must be interpreted in the light of the common law, the principles and history of which were familiarly known to the framers of the Constitution. Skipping some legal citations and continuing. In Minor v. Happersett, Chief Justice Waite, when construing on behalf of the court the very provision of the 14th Amendment now in question, said, "The Constitution does not, in words, say who shall be natural-born citizens. Resort must be had elsewhere to ascertain that." And he proceeded to resort to the common law as an aid in the construction of this provision. In Smith v. Alabama, Mr. Justice Matthews, delivering the judgment of the court, said, "There is no common law of the United States, in the sense of a national, customary law, distinct from the common law of England, as adopted by the several states each for itself, applied as its local law, and subject to such alteration as may be provided by its own statutes. There is, however, one clear exception to the statement that there is no national common law. The interpretation of the Constitution of the United States is necessarily influenced by the fact that its provisions are framed in the language of the English common law and are to be read in the light of its history. The fundamental principle of the common law with regard to English nationality was birth within the allegiance, also called legality, hope I'm not mispronouncing that, obedience, faith, or power of the king. The principle embraced all persons born within the king's allegiance and subject to his protection. Such allegiance and protection were mutual, as expressed in the maxim protectio trahit subjectionem et subjectio protectionem. This means in Latin, protection draws subjection, and subjection comes with protection. Continuing on, these, quote, were not restricted to natural-born subjects and naturalized subjects, or to those who had taken an oath of allegiance, but were predicable of aliens in amity, so long as they were within the kingdom. Children born in England of such aliens were therefore natural-born subjects, but the children born within the realm of foreign ambassadors, or the children of alien enemies born during and within their hostile occupation of part of the king's dominions, were not natural-born subjects because not born within the allegiance, the obedience, or the power, or, as would be said at this day, within the jurisdiction of the king. Some context on the following UK ruling before I go on. Before the creation of the UK Supreme Court in 2009, the British House of Lords acted as the court of final review. Lord Chief Justice Cockburn, in the 1869 case Udney v. Udney, again I'm hoping I'm not butchering that either, cited in Wonkim Ark, said, quote, by the common law of England, every person born within the dominions of the crown, no matter whether of English or of foreign parents, and in the latter case whether the parents were settled or merely temporarily sojourning in the country, was an English subject, save only the children of foreign ambassadors, who were accepted because their fathers carried their own nationality with them, which makes perfect sense to me, or a child born to a foreigner during the hostile occupation of any of the territories of England. Makes sense, as that restricts the jurisdiction of the king. Back to the quote, no effect appears to have been given to descent as a source of nationality. With such straightforward constitutional text and common law legal principles at play, Trump v. Barbara should never have been considered in the first place in September 2025. I therefore credibly accuse the Supreme Court of being lackadaisical and punting everyone harmed by this administration, including trans students in California, while lawsuits play out to see which way political winds blow. But I can't complain too much now that with Donald Trump weak and unlikely to send SEAL Team 6 to murder them, they're stabbing the mob boss in the back on tariffs, refunds for which the government now has to pay $700 million a month in interest, as he complains about their disloyalty. Speaking of who got to be an American, Senator Jacob Howard from Michigan clarified during the debate on the 14th Amendment that it meant all babies born within the United States except those born to foreign diplomats, and Native Americans who got citizenship in 1924 after serving in World War I in large numbers for a nation that did not grant them full equality, though they are also considered members of domestic dependent nations because of the very separate tribal governments. After McGirt v. Oklahoma, this has led to a very interesting situation where local city governments have pretty much just worked with tribal governments in the way that they would have with the state government beforehand, and it's been very peaceful. Let's be generous for a second, though, since the Mad King of MAGA is going to be pummeled by the Supremes for trying to reinterpret a constitutional amendment by presidential fiat, and for sake of argument uphold Trump's uncharitable reading that the 14th Amendment was only about babies of slaves. Even in that limited reading, Southern Democrats, having failed to terrorize black freedmen in the late 1860s and early 1870s, as the first incarnation of the Ku Klux Klan and other terrorist groups, when the Ku Klux Klan Act of 1871, that is now perversely being used against protesters, crushed them, didn't care that the 14th Amendment blocked them from abridging the privileges and immunities afforded to all Americans, because just a decade before, they didn't have to regard black people as human beings. They instead decided to steal the 1876 election with violence by white rifle clubs, such as in the Hamburg massacre against a black militia, throwing the results into doubt, despite Democrat Samuel Tilden winning the popular vote. Rutherford B. Hayes sold out in the Compromise of 1876, getting the presidency in exchange for withdrawing federal troops and abandoning black people to their fate. Elsie Francis, on Substack, who I highly recommend and who has been amazing source of encouragement, has more details. On March 3rd, 1877, he writes, "The United States stood on the brink of constitutional fracture. The 1876 presidential election produced two claimants to victory. Democrat Samuel Tilden won the popular vote and secured 184 electoral votes, one short of the presidency. Republican Rutherford B. Hayes had 165 electoral votes, with 20 disputed in Florida, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Oregon. Competing slates of electors were sent to Washington. Both parties claimed legitimacy. There was no clear constitutional mechanism to resolve the standoff. Congress improvised. It created a special electoral commission comprising senators, representatives, and Supreme Court justices. After weeks of partisan maneuvering, every one of the 20 disputed votes was awarded to Hayes. The final count became 185 to 184. One vote decided the presidency. The country accepted the outcome, but not because it was universally believed. It accepted it because leaders understood that endless contestation would tear the system apart. The shock of that crisis led directly to the Electoral Count Act of 1887, which clarified timelines, narrowed the scope of congressional objections, and reinforced the principle that once states certify their electors, Congress is not free to rewrite the result. The lesson was clear. Elections cannot function if the losing side can weaponize ambiguity after the ballots are cast. Adding my observations in an extensive sidebar now, after January 6th exposed several problems with that act, the Electoral Count Reform and Presidential Transition Improvement Act of 2022 was passed to make the vice president's role in certifying the election purely ministerial, require, quote, the choice of electors to occur in accordance with the laws of the state enacted prior to election day, and, quote, identify each state's governor, unless otherwise identified in the laws or constitution of a state in effect on election day, as responsible for submitting the certificate of ascertainment identifying the state's electors. This act also provides for expedited judicial review by presidential candidates seeking to challenge results, and raises the, quote, objection threshold in Congress to at least 1/5 of the duly chosen and sworn members of both the House of Representatives and the Senate, from one member of each. I'm surprised that it wasn't exploited before. What we can also conclude in the face of Trump's illegal push to nationalize elections, potentially by using a fake declaration that China stole the 2020 election to seize voting machines like he wanted to do in 2020, is that this law further cements that states decide elections, for good reason despite the problems with the Electoral College. And even if said emergency was true, that would make his 2024 election win illegitimate under the 22nd Amendment. But who gives a shit when you're trying to be king for life? Back to LC. That history matters now. We have a president who repeatedly calls elections rigged when the results are unfavorable. We are hearing proposals to federalize election administration, which has long been handled by the states. We are also watching renewed attacks on mail-in voting, even though it has been used by members of both parties for decades, including those now condemning it. The danger is not a single reform proposal. The danger is the steady priming of the public to distrust outcomes before votes are counted. As John Adams stated, facts are stubborn things. Side note from me, great minds cite founding fathers alike. In that context, Donald Trump voted by absentee ballot in the November 6, 2018 midterm election while still registered in New York. After relocating to Florida in 2019, he requested and cast a mail-in vote in Florida's March 17, 2020 Republican presidential primary. He also voted by mail in the November 3, 2020 general election from Palm Beach, Florida, and again in the March 9, 2021 Palm Beach municipal election. These examples demonstrate that, despite publicly criticizing mail-in voting as corrupt or unsafe, he often used absentee and mail-in ballots himself. Our main lesson today is that our leaders prioritized finality over escalation. They preferred process to pressure, recognizing that if certification became optional and legitimacy conditional, the Republic will gradually weaken through repeated actions and lies. Vivat Constitution! L.C. Francis. Preach it, bro! Back to Hayes now. His personal support for black Americans having the vote and later protests against Jim Crow mean nothing. Not that there was much in the way of a Reconstruction program left to defend by the time he destroyed it, as Republicans only controlled state governments in Louisiana, South Carolina, and Florida. Plus, a few corrupt black politicians got painted as the face of all black people because this kind of scrutiny is always heightened with first black anyone. Middle-class Northerners investing in the South's economic recovery got painted as carpetbaggers. President and former Union commander Ulysses S. Grant was oblivious to his administration's many scandals, and the Panic of 1873 weakened Northern appetite for Reconstruction, alongside the Amnesty Act of 1872, which allowed all remaining unpardoned rebels to run for political office again. That's also why 1876 has the infamous distinction of being one of only 5 presidential elections in which the winner of the Electoral College was not the winner of the national popular vote. The others were 1824. As I explained earlier, this is because none of the 4 candidates got a majority of electoral votes, and one of the candidates, Henry Clay, swung things to his good pal John Quincy Adams. Though again, likely without a corrupt bargain alongside Adams. 1888. The only one of these where there was no tomfoolery, in my opinion. 2000. Because of shenanigans by the Supreme Court in their ruling on Bush v. Gore around the timing of vote counts that to this day still reign illogical and unconstitutional to me, therefore making that election stolen in favor of Bush, in my opinion. Oh, poor 8-year-old me, who did predict Florida correctly, even though I also drew a green-colored pencil hash through it to give 1 electoral vote to Ralph Nader. I did not realize that was not how that worked. I also thought Gore would get Ohio and New Hampshire, and thought that President Gore would save the whales, so I cried at my mom's work when he lost. That was also a time in which I wrote Biggest American Losers in the Presidential Elections, a Word document on my parents' computer with the then new Google search tool to rank all of the people who lost the presidential elections at the time. The last one is 2016. That one wasn't stolen, but it was influenced by both Russian disinformation operations online and James Comey's bullheaded and idiotic decision to reopen the Clinton email investigation, creating an inadvertent October surprise right before the election, which I think constitutes negligent election interference because it took heat off Trump's Access Hollywood scandal. So President Hayes' first action after stealing an election was setting civil rights back by a century to then do absolutely nothing else of note. We'll be skipping quite a few presidents, including Grover Cleveland, despite him being the only president before Trump to win 2 non-consecutive terms, beating out William Henry Harrison's grandson, Benjamin Harrison, in 1892 after losing to him in 1888, despite again winning the popular vote. If you'd like me to cover him or other specific presidents, let me know. I do also think that the 1884 election against James D. Blaine, who was part of the cast of Death by Lightning, is very fascinating, and as I mentioned in a text note earlier in the video, should absolutely get its own TV show. The presidency truly started to exert America's imperial might with William McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt. Now we're also getting closer to the year in which BioShock Infinite takes place, 1912. It's no wonder in my mind that Trump holds William McKinley in high regard, even calling him the Napoleon of protection. Per the Reason article, Trump's role model McKinley tariffed his way to imperialism. Quote, President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman, Trump enthused during his inauguration speech. At a rally in Las Vegas, the president asserted that the high tariff era of 1870 to 1913 was the richest our country ever was, attributing those protectionist policies to the man who wrote the major tariff increase of 1890 as a congressperson, and then signed another into law in 1897. And most symbolically, Trump on his first day in office re-christened North America's tallest peak as Mount McKinley. The article also goes on to explain that in the executive order renaming Denali, he praises McKinley by saying, quote, he heroically led our nation to victory in the Spanish-American War. Under his leadership, the United States enjoyed rapid economic growth and prosperity, including an expansion of territorial gains for the nation. To call the conquest and brutal massacres of Filipinos under McKinley and later Roosevelt territorial gains, the illegal overthrow of the Hawaiian monarchy as territorial expansion, seizure of Puerto Rico as a colony and later a second-class commonwealth taxed without representation alongside D.C., Guam, and the Virgin Islands territorial gains, or the creation of America's torture pen on Cuban soil territorial gains, is the most callous thing I've ever heard. Not out of character, though, for a man who just illegally assisted Ecuador in attacking drug cartels on land for the first time ever in American history. But first, tariffs. McKinley argued that the American home market belonged to American producers, a sentiment Trump has revitalized by framing the tariff as the, quote, most beautiful word in the dictionary. Both leaders moved away from the laissez-faire ideals of their partisan compatriots, instead favoring what William McKinley in The Developmental State, 1897 to 1901, calls a developmental state, protecting domestic wages from what McKinley viewed as pauper labor, the unwashed masses yearning to breathe free at Ellis Island from Eastern Europe, seeking freedom, such as Russian Jews after the pogroms of the late 1890s and early 1900s, which directly inspired one of my favorite animated movies of all time, An American Tail. Meanwhile, Trump has insulted everyone from Mexicans to Venezuelans to Somalis as dirty people who don't belong here. While McKinley used tariffs to build his industrial base, before the Supreme Court spanked his giant orange ass, Trump employed universal tariffs changed on a whim as a geopolitical lever to force reciprocity from trading partners. The unifying pattern of both administrations, though, is the shift from domestic economics to decisive military intervention. However, the sinking of the USS Maine, though promoted by yellow journalism, the 19th century's version of fake news, as a Spanish attack when the cause of the explosion has never been established, was an actual basis for a reluctant McKinley to abandon isolationism and ask Congress to declare the Spanish-American War in 1898. Slow negotiations over rebuilding the nuclear treaty that, again, he destroyed in the first place with Iran, a country which was committing massacres against tens of thousands of protesters, but posed no imminent threat to the United States, kick-started Trump's Operation Epic Fury, meaning it was a war of choice that is now costing a staggering $1 billion a day. Both presidents also framed their respective interventions as moral and defensive imperatives. McKinley wanted to end Spanish barbarities in Cuba, and Trump wanted to remove a theocratic state sponsor of terrorism. And ironically threatened Spain again, though in Spanish-American War II, Electric Boogaloo, Spain is definitely winning, because how do you unilaterally block trade with an entire country? He also cited tensions with Iran since the 1979 hostage crisis that Ronald Reagan committed treason to delay the end of until his inauguration, but not, again, any imminent threat. This violated the War Powers Resolution of 1973 that was passed to keep open-ended war authorizations like the Gulf of Tonkin Resolution from happening again. In both eras, the conflict showcased American technological superiority. McKinley's Steel Navy destroyed the Spanish fleet with surgical efficiency, much as Trump's 2026 attack demonstrated a shock and awe capability that has not, however, decisively knocked out Iranian defenses or the ability for them to shoot missiles practically everywhere in the Middle East now, including Turkey, a NATO ally. Neither reinforced any imagined moral superiority, though. Wars are decided by old men and suffered by everyone else. Every group of civilians that experiences loss is all our loss. But you know who gained from the Spanish-American War for sure? Vice President Theodore Roosevelt, who earned a reputation as a war hero for leading his Rough Riders up the Battle of San Juan Hill, even though they were mostly on adjacent Kettle Hill. A particularly badass moment for me was when he rallied his men for the charge by crying, "It's our Gatlings, men! Our Gatlings!" when they had thought the sound was from Spanish guns. He was then catapulted to national fame even further as the guy who happened to be first in line for succession when McKinley was shot by anarchist Leon Czolgosz another name I hope I'm not butchering, in Buffalo, New York, at the Pan American Exposition on September 4th, 1901. He then died 10 days later. There's much that can be admired about Teddy Roosevelt. My favorite anecdote about him is how he shouldered the death of his wife and mother on the same day, February 14th, 1884, which he described in his diary only with the words, X, the light has gone out of my life. So sad. But he coped by going on a trip to the West that proved his determination and stamina to cowboys who otherwise had called him Four Eyes before. I also have to give Teddy a lot of plaudits for what he accomplished. President Grant may have created the first national park with Yellowstone in 1872, but Roosevelt expanded that dramatically, busted trusts like no one's business, and passed the Pure Food and Drug Act in response to Upton Sinclair's seminal book called The Jungle. I highly recommend a similar book I read in 2001 called Fast Food Nation, The Dark Side of the All-American Meal. He also advocated for public referendums and recalls of officials in a speech on March 20th, 1912 in Carnegie Hall. Then there is the recall of public officers. The principle that an officer chosen by the people who is unfaithful may be recalled by vote of the majority before he finishes his term. I will speak of the recall of judges in a moment, leave that aside. But as to the other officers, I have heard no argument advanced against the proposition, save that it will make the public officer timid and always currying favor with the mob. That argument means that you can fool all the people all the time, and is an avowal of disbelief in democracy, which, to criticize that for a second before going back to the quote, is what the framers had in mind. Quote, if it be true, and I believe it is not, it is less important than to stop those public officers from currying favor with the interests. Well said. He would be horrified by the intrusion of lobbying into democracy. However, Teddy Roosevelt's 2 terms in office were racked with abuses of power and furtherances of McKinley's imperialism, informed by his very of-the-era viewpoint on racial hierarchy. These included his intervention in the Boxer Rebellion of 1901, a key event in BioShock Infinite's timeline, his strong arming of Panama into ceding the Panama Canal in 1903 after helping them gain independence from Colombia, the country, not the fictional floating city, genocidal atrocities during the latter half of the Philippine-American War from 1899 to 1902, which are no laughing matter, the Roosevelt corollary to the Monroe Doctrine in 1904 that gave the United States the responsibility to restore and maintain order in the Western Hemisphere, aka the Big Stick policy. Speak softly and carry a big stick comes from this. And it set the stage for American-backed coups for the rest of the century, and sounds an awful lot like Trump's actions in Venezuela and Ecuador. There was also his intervention in a coal miner strike in 1902 with J.P. Morgan's help. This didn't matter, though, as the 1904 Democratic nominee, Alton B. Parker, had no plan other than, quote, portraying the president as an unstable and warmongering grand old pirate, which we should totally bring back for Trump because of the level of piracy that he's done in the billions of dollars, probably close to 10 at this point, before ripping off the IRS and the Department of Justice, which he hasn't done yet, but the risk is there. He also, quote, portrayed the Democratic Party as the party of safety and security, but Roosevelt had done his best in the 3 years since assuming office upon McKinley's assassination to ameliorate his image as a jingo imperialist by promoting independence for America's wartime acquisitions, Cuba and the Philippines. This early example of image management for political purposes, since I don't believe that it was genuine, had its intended effect, and the Democrats' attempt to make American imperialism the chief campaign issue failed. For the same reason that this kind of thing always fails. People in America do not rank foreign policy above domestic economic issues. They just don't. In small cases, such as Gaza, it may tip the balance by like 1 or 2%, but Gaza was not the main reason that the 2024 election was lost. It was the economy, stupid, as always. Once re-elected, according to biography, Teddy Roosevelt won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1906 for mediating an end to the Russo-Japanese War, becoming the first statesman to be so honored, along with Woodrow Wilson, for his 14-point plan for peace at the close of World War I. More on that in a bit. Jimmy Carter for the 1978 Camp David Accords, establishing lasting peace between Israel and Egypt, and Barack Obama for not being Bush, I guess? Even Obama acknowledged the paradoxical nature of the prize in his memoir, A Promised Land, which I enjoyed as a CD audiobook because, come on, I could delight in Obama's smooth voice reading the dictionary. The biography article goes on to say, quote, like so much in Roosevelt's life, the decision was controversial. The award was criticized by leftists who condemned the president as a military-mad imperialist responsible for the American takeover of the Philippines. Swedish newspapers at the time wrote that Alfred Nobel, the award's namesake, was turning in his grave over the decision, according to the Nobel Foundation, established by Alfred Nobel after the invention of dynamite. If Alton Parker's failure to pin this on Roosevelt sounds familiar, it is exactly like Kamala Harris making her campaign all about the dangers of Project 2025, which, though true, reigned to single-issue Palestine voters with fingers in their ears going, la 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 la, not listening, Zionist, and working-class voters who have been struggling with inflation under Biden is tone-deaf. It also left room to wonder why she hadn't pushed for her rushed platform that was light on details during her time in the White House. This is a common problem with former administration candidates, as Hillary Clinton faced when trying to draw on her accomplishments as Secretary of State, but also differentiate herself from Obama. By 1908, Teddy Roosevelt was so politically influential that he practically handpicked his ally, William Howard Taft, the heaviest president ever at 332 pounds, who needed a custom bathtub, but did not get stuck in one. Anyway, that was another very easy win because the Democrats still had no plan other than to renominate William Jennings Bryan, who had already lost to McKinley in both 1896 and 1900, and had coasted off his admittedly awesome Cross of Gold speech at the 1896 Democratic Convention. Imagine if Trump was a persistent failed candidate and you have the right idea. This led to an amazing political cartoon about Bryan accepting the 2008 nomination that still cracks me up. Then new President Taft turned around and fired Gifford Pinchot, the chief of the U.S. Forest Service and a close ally of Roosevelt, in what was known as the Pinchot Affair. The conflict arose when Pinchot accused Secretary of the Interior Richard Ballinger of favoring private coal interests in Alaska over public conservation. Taft's firing of Gifford Pinchot was a legalistic defense of administrative hierarchy during a specific scandal, which feels like a very understandable case, even if I disagree with the result, since Taft fired Pinchot for insubordination. Pinchot had, after all, bypassed the president to take his grievances directly to Congress and the press, which Taft viewed as a breach of executive discipline. Again, whether the rightness of the action can be established or not. Taft, for his part, was a constitutional strict constructionist who believed he had the legal right to fire subordinates who challenged his administration's policy, but he did not seek to overhaul the entire civil service. Still, the firing split the Republican Party, leading to the creation of Roosevelt's Bull Moose candidacy in 1912 and Taft's crushing defeat. Ironically, after Taft was appointed Chief Justice by President Harding in 1926, he wrote the majority opinion in Myers v. United States, which remains the landmark Supreme Court ruling affirming the president's broad power to remove executive officials, subject to limitations that are currently being whittled down, such as Humphrey's executor. Central to Trump's own efforts to reshape the management of the federal government to resemble his Trump organization is Schedule F, an executive order originally passed in 2020, repealed by Joe Biden in 2021, and reinstated in 2025, that reclassifies tens of thousands of career civil servants as at-will policymaking employees based on a vague definition of what constitutes creating policy. This removes their civil service protections, making them very easy to fire, just like Pinchot. Trump's approach is rooted in an expansive version of what's known as the unitary executive theory. This theory argues that because Article 2 vests all executive power in the president must have absolute authority to fire any executive branch employee for any reason. Per former Bush Office of Legal Counsel lawyer John Yoo on NPR's Morning Edition, who drafted Bush's infamous torture memos, his view is that, quote, all of the executive power of the federal government is concentrated in the president and the president alone. Everyone else in the executive branch, from cabinet secretary down to FBI agent, is a subordinate to the president because that is the person who we in this country elect to office. This is ridiculous to me, because the adult voting public, 54% of which read below a 6th grade level, and only 2/3 of which even got out to vote in 2020, the largest presidential election in American history, can be misled. We've seen that most recently with Trump's empty promises on inflation. So the public needs some administrative stability to make sure benefits like SNAP and Social Security are managed as required by law. Taft fired Pinchot to maintain a chain of command and avert scandal. Donald Trump is instead pushing for the illegal removal of career protections and terminations without cause of thousands of federal employees. 300,000 so far, and far more if he gets his way about narrowing appeals of firings, to purge imaginary enemies in the so-called deep state and leave only personnel who are personally loyal to the president, like it's Andrew Jackson times again. This next part was originally quoted in HistoryFlights number 3 and the Delta Papers number 1, and So I Roar Against Tyranny, to refer to the abortive or perhaps entirely disingenuous efforts by Elon Musk to form the America Party, and is adapted here to focus specifically on what came next, the very strange election of 1912, at the same time that BioShock Infinite's story takes place. Back then, outgoing President Teddy Roosevelt helped his political ally, William Howard Taft, defeat William Jennings Bryan's third candidacy in 1908. Then he came back from hunting African animals at local extinction levels to basically say, "Thanks for keeping the presidency warm for me. Can I have the nomination now?" But Taft got the Republican boss's nod instead because there weren't primaries at the time, and he was friendlier to their interests. Teddy, after getting shot in the chest and famously being saved by his speech, got 88 electoral votes from California, Pennsylvania, and the Midwest. Taft, again the incumbent president at the time, got 8 from Utah and Vermont. A bookish Princeton professor and massive racist named Woodrow Wilson got the other 435 and became president due to William Howard Taft and Teddy Roosevelt fighting each other. That's why any intra-party fighting is self-defeating. After surviving a bullet and election loss, Teddy faced another fight, as documented in Roosevelt for the Defense by Robert Draper, his 1913 libel trial. After being accused by a Michigan newspaper editor of being a drunken brawler, the former president didn't just ignore the slight, but sued for nominal damages to clear his name, turning a courtroom in Marquette, Michigan into a stage for his personal and political values. The central theme is TR's obsession with the strenuous life and the sanctity of his reputation. For Roosevelt, being called a drunk wasn't just a political attack, but an assault on his moral fitness to lead. Roosevelt sought only nominal damages of 6 cents because instead he wanted a public legal certification of his integrity. "I have never been a drinking man," he said. "I have never been intoxicated in my life," claimed on page 112 of the book, and delivered with his characteristic staccato energy that dominated the courtroom. He also stated, "I would rather have my character cleared than have the presidency of the United States," on page 145. Draper explores how Roosevelt was a master of the bully pulpit, even when he wasn't in office. He treated the trial as a national conversation, ensuring that the press coverage reflected his version of the truth. The trial was a battle over who controlled the Roosevelt legend. By bringing in a who's who of American elites as character witnesses, he overwhelmed the defense with prestige. The colonel did not merely testify, he performed, says the book on page 88. Examples Draper gives of Teddy's physical presence to enchant the jury include famous toothy grins and squinted eye. The book highlights the tension between Roosevelt's new nationalism and the often unregulated power of the yellow journalism I mentioned earlier, leading to a fascinating portrait of different versions of freedom of speech in tension. While TR was a friend to many journalists, he had no patience for muckraking if it turned into character assassination. Per the quote, "It is one thing to criticize a man's policies. It is entirely another to invent his vices," on page 192. The trial served as a warning to the yellow press that even a private citizen, which TR technically was at the time, could fight back against fabricated scandals. Even in a legal setting, TR's brand of muscular Christianity and Victorian morality was on full display. He believed in a square deal for himself just as much as for the American worker. Meanwhile, Wilson was in office acting like a racist authoritarian. The Woodrow Wilson house, which I have visited, highly recommend, and can visit again for a HistoryFlights tours video if there's enough interest, has more. Quote, "Wilson's racial prejudices extended far beyond allowing The Birth of a Nation to be shown at the White House. Even if the film had never been connected to him or had never existed, The verified opinions that he held, and the legislative decisions he made during his years in office, are enough to illuminate his dismal views on race. Wilson was unable to see the violence that opinions like his could and did lead to. His personal condemnation of certain acts of racist violence, such as the riots that broke out across America after the release of The Birth of a Nation, did not extend to a repudiation of the ideas that influenced those mobs. He critiqued how some whites treated black people both before and after the Reconstruction period, but never advocated for abolition or for an overhaul of the system that placed black people at the bottom. For all of Wilson's sincere beliefs in progress and equality, these were not graces that he extended to black Americans. His paradoxical views put forth a bold and inclusive view of America, one that still managed to ignore the struggles of black Americans. Sidebar, I highly recommend Max Brooks's graphic novel on the Harlem Hellfighters. It is fantastic, and my second favorite thing that he's ever written after World War Z. I will give Wilson credit for trying to keep America out of the war, but once Congress declared war due to the sinking of the Lusitania and the Zimmermann telegram between Germany and Mexico, Wilson championed the Espionage Act of 1917 and the even more restrictive Sedition Act of 1918. These laws made it a crime to utter, print, write, or publish any disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language about the U.S. government or military. Under both acts, the government prosecuted over 2,000 individuals, including Socialist Party leader Eugene V. Debs, who was sentenced to 10 years in prison for an anti-war speech and had to run for president from prison in 1920, establishing the potential precedent 100 years later. But I understand the heavy hand of the government when trying to deal with the resulting Spanish flu. There, local masking laws threw selfish conspiratorial idiots in jail. If only that had happened with COVID, maybe 1 million people would still be alive. But the President of the United States that currently is in office does not care. He advocated for bleach to be injected and sunlight as a disinfectant. He took credit for Operation Warp Speed, but he disavowed the use of masks even when he got COVID. The man is so unbelievable, and it's also unbelievable that our nation forgot so easily. But back to Wilson. He also failed miserably in bringing the United States to the League of Nations, like a marathoner tripping at the finish line, after his 14 points were so excellent. That meant the world wasn't seated at the table, and made it easy for Germany to leave in 1933 once it was outvoted, which is a key reason why the 5 Allied nations got permanent vetoes at the UN Security Council. Then Germany dissolved the Reichstag and called for a plebiscite in which 5 million people out of 46 million voted against the merger of the Reichspräsident and Chancellor offices despite all efforts at voter intimidation. It's also very clear that the Treaty of Versailles Wilson negotiated left Germany feeling humiliated and resentful, leading to a people seeking to restore their imagined national glory, electing Hitler in the first place, who then dismantled the Weimar Republic's constitution. This existed for less than 20 years, while ours has existed for 200 plus. An important distinction, and why I find comparisons to Nazi Germany tiresome. However, the administration of Warren G. Harding, while claiming a return to normalcy and heralding the first election in which women could vote under the 19th Amendment, was far, far worse than even Wilson's, and most of in American history, with public resources being treated as personal currency. I once again turn to the sage voice of Lindsey Graham, this time in season 53 of his other excellent podcast, American Scandal, which along with American History Tellers is appointment listening for any time I exercise or I'm cooking. This season focuses on Albert Fall's appointment as Secretary of the Interior as part of a larger scheme called Teapot Dome, rewarding wealthy oil donors like Harry Sinclair and Jake Hammond, who bought delegates for Harding. Let's take a listen.
But this trip isn't all fun and games. Harding also needs to use this time to make decisions about his cabinet appointments. And right now, there's a giant question mark hovering over the Secretary of the Interior post. This was not a decision Harding thought he'd have to make. The Interior appointment was supposed to go to Oklahoma oil king Jake Hammond, In fact, Harding's nomination had been contingent on his willingness to give Heyman the job. But just a few weeks after the election, Heyman was murdered, shot and killed by his mistress. So now Harding has to find a replacement. And he can't just pick anyone. Another oil man, Harry Sinclair, gave $3 million to bankroll Harding's campaign, and Sinclair expects a Secretary of the Interior who's as favorable to his personal oil interests as Heyman would have been. Harding does think he knows the man for the job, New Mexico Senator Albert Fall. Harding even invited Fall on this trip to offer him the post, but Fall doesn't seem to want the job. His reluctance is driving Harding crazy. Fall is the perfect man to head up the Interior. As a frontiersman and a lawyer, he knows the business of land rights seemingly better than anyone. He also worked as a prospector and rancher and is a staunch believer that the country's natural resources should be available for commercial exploitation. But Fall can't seem to let go of a promise Harding made before he was elected, that Fall would be his pick for Secretary of State and not head the Interior Department. Harding has tried and failed to convince Fall that Interior is the next best thing. But there's still one card Harding has yet to play. So he's called Fall to the top deck to continue to discuss the matter. Soon he sees Fall coming around a corner. The New Mexico senator looks out of place on this fancy houseboat with his black Stetson hat and droopy walrus mustache. At least he's not wearing a pistol today, as he often does. Harding flags him over, offers him a chair and a cigar, and then looks him dead in the eye. He says they need to settle the matter of the Interior position. He knows Fall doesn't want it, but Harding needs someone who knows the business of land management. Someone who won't be bullied by conservationists, and most importantly, someone he can trust. Fall lights his cigar, taking his time to respond. He exhales a plume of smoke and tells Harding that wasn't their plan. This is the same song Harding's been hearing from Fall for the last 3 days, and he's had enough of it. So Harding leans forward and quietly says that he knows Fall's been having financial difficulties. In fact, it's come to Harding's attention that Fall hasn't paid taxes on his ranch in years, or kept up with all the maintenance it needs. Fall's head droops like a deflated balloon. Harding puts a hand on his shoulder. He says the Secretary of Interior job doesn't pay much in the way of salary, but there are other compensations that might offer themselves in that position if Fall goes looking for them. Fall looks up, seeming to suddenly understand. But for a moment he just puffs thoughtfully on his cigar. Finally he says he'll take the position on one condition. He only has to stay for a year. That's good enough for Harding. A lot can be accomplished in 365 days. On March 4th, 1921, the Harding administration takes over the White House, and Albert Fall moves into a wood-paneled office in the Department of the Interior. Despite his initial reluctance, Fall takes to the position with zeal. For decades, Secretary of the Interior had been one of the country's key conservation posts. But Fall believes in exploiting natural resources, not protecting them, and his plans for exploitation extend far beyond just what's controlled by his department. So not long after taking office, Fall brings in his top staffer for a meeting to strategize. The first and most pressing item on the agenda is the Navy's oil reserves. He wants them under the Interior Department's purview, starting with 2 oil fields in California known as Elk Hills and Buena Vista, and the Teapot Dome land in Wyoming. Then he wants to lease the reserves to the highest bidder so the government can profit from them. They're not doing anyone any good, just sitting there untapped. But the question remains how to take control of them. The staffer notes that it will be difficult, reminding Fall that the conservationist wing of Congress is already livid that Fall's been installed as head of the Interior. They know his reputation, and they're afraid he's going to undo all the protections they've spent the last 20 years establishing. If they get word of what he's up to, they'll do everything in their power to stop him. Fall agrees it's an issue, so one of his first acts as chief of the Interior will be to rid his department of any conservationist sympathizers. He wants to operate in strict secrecy and not reveal his designs on the Navy's oil reserves until it's a done deal.
To seize control of the Navy's oil reserves, Albert Fall utilized a deceptive technical argument regarding drainage from neighboring private wells and equally tricky editing of a contract signed between the Navy and the Department of the Interior, which allowed him to bypass oversight by conservationists in Congress. The reserves at Elk Hills and Buena Vista oil fields in California and Teapot Dome in Wyoming, originally set aside for the U.S. Navy's future war efforts, were leased to these private magnates for personal gain, including a loan of $100,000 delivered to Fall in a suitcase as part of a $230,000 investment in his failing ranch. While likely made up by the American Scandal team for dramatic effect, Harding's statement that, "If Albert Fall isn't an honest man, then I'm not fit to be president," really says it all. He was corrupt, indifferent, oblivious, and so dumb and or addled by drink and drugs he had a habit of mixing up facts Trump style, calling Alaska and Nebraska, for instance, on his whistle-stop tour of the country before dying of a heart attack in 1923. It was rumored for years without substantial evidence to be poisoning, but could easily have been accidentally aggravated by, of all things, laxatives. Another president who was rumored to have been poisoned, former Mexican-American war hero General Zachary Taylor, all rough and ready, died from accidental food poisoning on July 4, 1850, after he consumed iced milk and cherries that he didn't even like but wanted to gratefully accept from his adoring public. Meanwhile, Albert Fall, despite having ill health himself by the time of the podcast's conclusion, was ultimately convicted in 1929. Again, though, President Trump's various bribes and grifts make all that small potatoes. There's again the CZ bribe. Theft of $10 billion of your tax dollars for a board of peace whose first meeting he fell asleep in like the tired old man he is. And remind me again why news media didn't bother to question his age but were so hyper-fixated on Joe Biden's. A lawsuit against his own IRS to embezzle another $10 billion from them for leaking his tax returns, which, sure, was a crime, but one committed in the public service and the defense of the Constitution, which is not worth that much, and a potential $230 billion from the Department of Justice for their made-up violations of his civil rights. Not to mention Elon Musk's Doge ripping through every American's personal data without approval, including at my Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, where they just illegally terminated Alexis Goldstein, who is now running for Congress in Maryland's 6th District, and who I abso-freaking-lutely will be volunteering for. As L.C. Francis says once again, with the incisiveness that makes me a voracious reader of theirs regarding Trump, this matters because public authority must be constrained by law. When it isn't, the office itself becomes a vehicle for extraction. During Trump's first term, watchdog groups estimated he earned up to $160 million from foreign transactions. Congressional investigators later confirmed at least $7.8 million from more than 20 foreign governments, a figure based only on traceable records. This figure did not include payments through intermediaries, shell entities, or opaque channels. Foreign access was monetized while U.S. policy was being shaped. Trump did not divest or separate the presidency from his properties. Instead, official travel, donor events, and security costs were handled through Trump-owned venues, which billed the government and political groups. In effect, power was converted into an invoice. During the first term, the Secret Service and other agencies spent more than $1.4 million at Trump properties, often at rates above government standards. Travel to Mar-a-Lago alone cost taxpayers about $64 million, and a single weekend golf trip to Scotland exceeded $1 million. Taxpayer-funded security ultimately became a revenue source. So, sidebar, why can we not afford Snap? Anyway, back to LC. This is not the purpose for which the office of the president was established.
Each day we wake up to some new assault on our democratic institutions. Another setback to the idea of the rule of law. An offense to common decency. Every day you wake up to things you just didn't think were possible. Each day we're told by those in high office to fear each other and to turn on each other, and that some Americans count more than others, and that some don't even count at all. Everywhere we see greed and bigotry being celebrated, and bullying and mockery masquerading as strength. We see science and expertise denigrated, while ignorance and dishonesty and cruelty and corruption are reaping untold rewards. Every single day we see that. And it's hard to hope in those moments. So it may be tempting to get discouraged, to give in to cynicism. It may be tempting for some to compromise with power and grab what you can, or even for good people to maybe just put your head down and wait for the storm to pass. But this man, Reverend Jesse Lewis Jackson, inspires us to take a harder path. His voice calls on each of us to be heralds of change, to be messengers of hope, to step forward and say, send me. Wherever we have a chance to make an impact, whether it's in our school, or our workplaces, or our neighborhoods, or our cities.
The second term introduced a destabilizing form of monetization, faster and more lucrative, funded by foreign money. Democrats on oversight released a report claiming that Trump's pay-to-play network earned $2.25 billion from foreign payments, oligarch channels, and schemes, including digital assets and unrealized holdings, such as, again, World Liberty Financial. The total reaches $9.7 billion, with hundreds of these transactions tied to foreign interests. This figure does not include gifts from foreign entities such as the proposed Qatari Air Force One. Regardless of political views, the seriousness of the allegations is underscored by the documented pattern of foreign funds and government spending routed through Trump's channels. Initial reports of taxpayer leakage indicate that the Secret Service spent nearly $100,000 at Trump properties during the early part of the second term. This suggests a continuation and a lack of effort to close the first-term pipeline, since those in power are not obliged to do so. This point marks the transition from simple deception to a concern for national stability. Jeff Shasel's Roosevelt Sweeps Nation explores the constitutional and political repercussions of Franklin D. Roosevelt's 1936 electoral landslide. This period represents a critical juncture where the will of the people collided with the constitutional order, as Roosevelt sought to use his massive mandate to transform the American judiciary. Roosevelt's victory, where he carried 46 of 48 states except for Maine and Vermont, which is built on his already impressive victory in 1932 over President Hoover for doing nothing about the Great Depression, and even exacerbating it with the Smoot-Hawley tariffs. This was seen by the administration of Franklin Delano Roosevelt as a definitive endorsement of the New Deal. However, this popular mandate immediately met resistance from a Supreme Court that methodically struck down key pieces of New Deal legislation, most notably in Schechter Poultry Corp v. United States, also called the Sick Chicken case, where the National Industrial Recovery Act was ruled to be unconstitutional. According to the National Constitution Center, the NIRA had two key components: an industrial recovery program that included a wave of regulations seeking to foster fair competition, and a huge public works program. The National Recovery Agency, or NRA, was created to implement the NIRA, and it established a series of codes and rules for businesses as part of the fair competition experiment. However, the overly ambitious NIRA had something to anger most business and societal interests by allowing for price and wage fixing, and other odious regulations, including one on offering unfit chickens for sale that caught up the Schechter brothers from New York City on 20 counts of violating the Live Poultry Code, which the Supreme Court invalidated along with nearly 500 other codes as an unconstitutional use of Congress's Commerce Clause powers in intrastate, meaning just within a state. Not a lot of commerce these days is not interstate by the nature of the internet and our national highway system and things like that. For the latter of which I am angry at Eisenhower for separating black communities on purpose. Anyway, it was also deemed an unconstitutional delegation of Congress's powers to the executive branch under what is known as the non-delegation doctrine. Roosevelt Sweeps Nation, meanwhile, focuses on Roosevelt's attempt to pack the court in response. This is technically constitutional, since per the Legal Information Institute, the Constitution provides for a judicial branch including one Supreme Court. It also appears to assume that the Supreme Court will include a Chief Justice, stipulating that the Chief Justice shall preside over any presidential impeachment trial in the Senate. However, the Constitution is silent on other matters, such as the size and composition of the Supreme Court, the time and place for sitting, and the court's internal organization, leaving those questions to Congress. However, this is a move of FDR's that I hate, because in our hyperpartisan environment in particular, if Supreme Court expansion was ever implemented for pure political gain, assuming the destruction of the filibuster, the next time control of Congress flipped, that would be undone until eventually the court would be too unwieldy. Still, Roosevelt's decision to try to propose a bill called the Judicial Procedures Reform Act of 1937, while operating in the bounds of the legislative process, tested the limits of executive power and the durability of the separation of powers. According to the Bill of Rights Institute article, Court Packing and Constitutional Revolution, the plan would allow for the president to nominate an additional judge to the court for every sitting judge who had served at least 10 years, had reached the age of 70 years, and did not step down within 6 months. If approved by Congress, the legislation would have given the president up to 6 new appointments to the Supreme Court, either way, whether they resigned or not. Also, according to that article, it left congressional leaders in stunned silence and gave rise to the amazing 1937 political cartoon Oliver Twist that shows a large and therefore figuratively powerful FDR caricature looming over a smaller chef labeled Congress while holding out a bowl and asking for more power. Then the Supreme Court started voting more favorably towards New Deal priorities, which has been accused of being the switch in time that saved 9 by some, but the motivation and speed of which is debated by historians like Daniel Ho and Kevin Quinn in their 2010 paper in the Journal of Legal Analysis, did a switch in time and save 9. This conflict reveals a recurring trend in American history, the tension between a charismatic leader's vision for national progress and the institutional barriers designed to prevent the excessive governance that critics, even in Robert Dallek's analysis of JFK and other presidents, have noted as a risk. As much as I clearly love Roosevelt as a leader and admire him for working hard and juggling the Great Depression, World War II, and his disability, which is an inspiring example of perseverance for me as an autistic person, I have already severely criticized him for Japanese internment camps, in particular, which was a black mark on his record that stole $400 million in value from Asian Americans and gave it to white people, based on nothing. The most important takeaway here is that even a sweeping national mandate does not grant a president absolute authority to bypass constitutional norms. Still, FDR's transformation of the modern presidency and the relationship between the federal government and states, the largest in American history up until that point and rapidest since the Civil War, was forged in the Great Depression. Like Jefferson's belief that external projection of American naval power was necessary for national survival, or Lincoln's arbitrary arrests in the service of keeping the Union together, Roosevelt believed that the federal government required expanded powers to manage a modern industrial economy. And I believe he was right, but incredibly heavy-handed as a fundamental redefinition of the social contract any time it didn't go through Congress. The Roosevelt sweep was not just an election result, it was a populist mandate for the government to take an active role in the well-being of the nation, a theme that would later influence the reluctant warrior John F. Kennedy. It also became fuel for FDR to break Washington's unwritten rule that presidents should only have 2 terms by running for and winning 4 terms on the argument of don't change horses in midstream, which then led Republicans to make sure that didn't happen again with a constitutional amendment. This leads into the other significant threat to American democracy after the midterm elections, that being Trump trying to run for a 3rd term. If his old fat ass that constantly eats fast food, bruises easily, and doesn't exercise is even alive by then, somehow evil acts as a preservative, I swear. This runs into the amendment passed shortly after FDR's death in 1951, which would have exempted the current president Harry Truman, but he was not renominated by the Democrats in 1952 in favor of Adlai Stevenson, who went on to lose to Eisenhower twice because people didn't want policy, they wanted catchy slogans like I Like Ike. The article from The Hill called The 22nd Amendment at Age 75 Is It Seriously Under Challenge by Elliot Wilson has a ton of excellent detail and sources of its own on the history of the strongest deterrent to doing so. I'll reply to his conclusion after I quote the article in its entirety. February 27th, only the day before I began to write this part of the script, marks the 75th anniversary of the 22nd Amendment to the Constitution, when Minnesota's ratification gave the 3/4 of the 48 states required by Article 5. Now it is back in the public consciousness as Trump's supporters take aim at its limitations. The intention is straightforward. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice. Furthermore, no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. This wasn't theoretical. Harry Truman had been elected as Franklin Roosevelt's vice president in 1944, but had only served 82 days when Roosevelt died in April 1945. That gave him virtually all of Roosevelt's 4th 4-year term. Presidential tenure became a campaign issue in the 1946 midterm elections. Republicans gained 55 seats in the House and 12 in the Senate to take control of Congress for the first time since 1932. Everything led back to Roosevelt. In 1940, he was approaching the end of his 2nd term. George Washington had chosen to step down after 8 years as president, and his model had become a moral and constitutional, if unofficial, exemplar. Ulysses S. Grant came close to winning the Republican nomination for a 3rd time in 1880, That's who the Mr. President was that Garfield was addressing in Death by Lightning, by the way. Incredibly, despite a paralyzing stroke in 1919, Woodrow Wilson considered seeking a third term in 1920, and even entertained the idea of a comeback in 1924. But no one had got as far as the ballot. FDR's third term was recognized as exceptional. The storm clouds of war were gathering and the Democrats played safe, Roosevelt winning 38 states. 1944 was different. Roosevelt was only 62, but he was suffering from congestive heart failure and hypertension. The president was dying, so nominating a vice presidential candidate was almost certainly choosing the 33rd president of the United States. The incumbent vice president, Henry Wallace, was a cerebral agriculturalist who opposed segregation. He was unacceptably liberal for Democratic bosses, so he was replaced at the party's convention with Missouri Senator Harry S. Truman, whom Roosevelt barely knew. The pair won in November of 1944, but Roosevelt was already fading by then. He and Truman met alone only twice as president and vice president, before Roosevelt had a massive stroke and died on April 12, 1945. 4 months earlier, Truman had been a middleweight senator of only 10 years standing. Now he was president. A joint resolution stipulating presidential term limits was introduced on the first day of the 80th Congress in 1947. Agreed on March 21st by Republicans and enough Democrats to matter, the text was sent to the states for ratification. It would not be a swift process. Although Maine and Michigan ratified the amendment on March 31st, 1947, it would take 3 years and 343 days before the Minnesota legislature's decision passed the Article 5 threshold. Then a record length of time. The 22nd Amendment has rarely been a source of deep controversy. President Ronald Reagan retained approval ratings generally above 50% right to the end of his presidency, and came to think the amendment was a mistake, but he was 77 by the end of his second term and his health was declining. President Bill Clinton was more grudging, telling Rolling Stone in 2000, "Oh, I probably would have run again." Asked if he thought he would have won, he replied, "Yes, I do, but it's hard to say because it's entirely academic." Trump has publicly toyed with the idea that his tenure might not have to end in 2029. He markets Trump 2828 baseball caps, and constitutional and criminal lawyer Alan Dershowitz has argued that it's not clear if a president can become a third-term president, and it's not clear if it's permissible. Trump himself clearly relishes the horror and outrage the suggestion inspires in his opponents. How can its provisions be overcome? Some point to its prohibition against being elected to the office of the president more than twice, arguing that Trump could succeed to the presidency by becoming the running mate of a puppet candidate who would resign after being inaugurated. More improbable still, Trump might somehow become Speaker of the House of Representatives, and thence climb back to the White House by succeeding or somehow being deemed acting as president. Sidebar from me, this is similar to how, quote, after he had served 2 four-year terms, in 2008, Vladimir Putin avoided the practical consequence of the rule by becoming prime minister. For the next 4 years, his ally Dmitry Medvedev occupied the Russian presidency, while Putin sat in as prime minister before returning to office in 2012. I doubt this kind of maneuver happens. As described by the book Imitation Democracy, The Development of Russia's Post-Soviet Political System, by Dmitry Furman, quote, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia under Yeltsin and Putin implemented a political system of imitation democracy marked by a huge disparity between formal constitutional principles and the reality of authoritarian rule. I just bought this ebook and plan to use it as a source for a future History Flights episode called The Union of State Systemic Repression in August 2026. So please be sure to subscribe and hit the bell for future episodes of History Flights and my other podcasts, The Hidden Faith and Sunny Redemption Sailing. So mostly just on Switch, it's been BioShock Infinite. Specifically Clash in the Clouds, the wave-based enemy mode.
Yeah.
So I'll talk a little bit about that. On Switch, it sucks. My god. The frame pacing is atrocious. The aiming is fine in the main game, but like in the 15th wave, there's like 3 handymen charging at you and a Robo Patriot or whatever it's called, and motorized Patriot. Basically, you just have to throw yourself at the wall and hope that you don't die, and then have to reset your score in order to not redo 15 waves. That's way too many waves for anything. Like 10 would have been fine, honestly. And the upgrades are kind of random and don't really do much. So I'll try it again on Xbox, where clearly the performance will be better. Because apparently you need an Xbox Series X to run this thing at more than 720p at 60 FPS. Clearly. But, because this thing was not optimized well. But the main thing that I was doing on... The more I understand about how racist America was and is, the less cartoonish BioShock Infinite's portrayal of it feels, but a lot of its characterizations still feel very cartoonish. It worked very well in that pulpy kind of 1960s vibe when an underwater city full of larger-than-life characters with most people dead. But populating a city full of cartoon characters is harder. And a lot of these subjects are very sensitive and not handled very efficaciously, other than to be like, ooh, look at that, that's racist. Ken Levine is like, I discovered that racism is like this, and if we throw baseballs and brutally gore policemen and shoot racists, then racism will be over. I mean, it doesn't end at the game, because both sides revolutions. That can happen, but my argument, mainly, is that you have to show that the revolution was worth fighting for before you destroy it completely and turn it into a cartoon. The one black character that's actually got speaking lines at all and isn't just a prop for white people turns out to just be the antagonist. That's just not well handled at all.
My one playthrough of that game back when it came out, I was like, why are we turning this side into the villains? I feel like this is going against whatever message this game is trying to have to this point.
Again, that could have gone well if they had taken the time to set it up, instead of just being like, time travel, we're just gonna fix it that way. Want an explanation for why Vigors are a thing? Time travel, we're just gonna steal it from Rapture. Need to get rid of Songbird? Just go to Rapture. The water pressure will crush him. That scene is pretty affecting, because, you know, you kind of like and understand Songbird by that point, but at the same time, it's kind of shitty and anticlimactic. A lot of this is in text commentary with more detail on History Flights number 9, America's Dangerous President Worship, so I'll be putting that out next week. It's the most ambitious video I've ever done. I mean, I technically had a longer live stream of 5 hours and 12 minutes, but about an hour and a half of that was us playing Sunny Redemption Sailing, and just so happened to coincide. This is the longest intentionally structured essay I've ever done. And I hope you like it, even if I criticize BioShock Infinite quite stridently. Because again, there are some things that are like, okay, you know what, that's not so unrealistic to realize about how... Like, there is an audio log that explains that the reason black people are in Colombia was because they were taken from prisons as free labor, which unfortunately is very true. Like, a bunch of immigrants just successfully sued a private prison company to get more than $1 a fucking day, I think it was, for work, and, you know, decent meals and stuff. The Supreme Court stripped their private prison immunity clause from some law, I forget. But yeah, so that's not unheard of. And 1912 was pretty racist in America. After all, we had President Birth of a Nation in 1916. However, it is important to note that this kind of maneuvering was mainly possible because Russia had only been a democracy, on paper anyway, since 1993, while America has been a constitutional republic for 237 out of its 250 years this year. Remember, before the Constitution, we had the wartime government of the Continental Congress, and then the Articles of Confederation. Again, I can get into that in more detail if there's interest. Back to Wilson's The Hill article. Quote, "It would take a vivid imagination to suppose the authors of the 22nd Amendment meant anything other than a simple 2-term limit. There is no reason to think the word elected was chosen as a loophole for a future would-be autocrat to exploit, as both originalists and textualists would surely have to agree. Only a strict constructionist might find a coherent path through. It is impossible to predict what Trump will do when the primaries for 2028 draw near, for the simple reason that, as I have said before, he himself does not know what he will do next. An attempt to defy the 22nd Amendment would ultimately be adjudicated by the Supreme Court. 6 of its members, including Chief Justice John Roberts, were nominated by Republican presidents, 3 by Trump himself. The court's recent decisions in cases like Trump v. United States and Noam v. Vasquez Perdomo have indicated sympathy with the administration's maximalist interpretation of executive power, although its recent ruling against tariffs in Learning Resources Incorporated v. Trump ameliorated that. But to contort the prima facie meaning of an amendment so overtly, the 22nd Amendment has stood strong and firm for 75 years, but for how much longer? According to the author description at the end of the article, quote, Elliot Wilson is a freelance writer on politics and international affairs and the co-founder of Pivot Point Group. He was senior official in the UK House of Commons from 2005 to 2016, including serving as a clerk of the Defence Committee and secretary of the UK delegation to the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. This certainly makes Wilson very politically knowledgeable in general, but I think being a Brit makes Mr. Wilson misunderstand politics across the pond, and he's too much of a doomer about what might happen next. No president has ever tried this kind of blatant maneuvering before, so it seems a rhetorical stretch by Wilson to think that the Supreme Court would go that far when most of Donald Trump's victories in the Supreme Court's emergency docket were temporary while litigation slowly proceeded. Learning Resources shows the conservatives are not entirely unified here, especially now that Trump's support is declining significantly and siding with him could pose risks to the court's precious legitimacy. Sure, we should absolutely guard against the dangers of an attempt to run for a third term because Trump's vision for an imperial presidency is a terrifying one, but one has existed for at least 70 years, as I'll demonstrate momentarily by talking about the American Scandal Season 38 on the coup in Iran. This season argues that the 1953 coup was the first time the United States successfully overthrew a democratically elected leader, setting a precedent for Cold War interventionism. Lindsey Graham highlights how the CIA and MI6-led Operation Ajax exploited existing political friction to secure Western oil interests against Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh's drive to nationalize Iran's oil industry, reclaiming profits that had been monopolized by Great Britain for decades. While the British focus was economic, they successfully pivoted the argument to Cold War paranoia to gain American support, convincing the Eisenhower administration that Iran was at risk of a Soviet takeover. The podcast depicts the CIA's role not just as supporters, but as architects who utilized psychological warfare and black propaganda to destabilize the government from within. This, along with the non-apology that Eisenhower gave to the Soviets for the U-2 incident that I mentioned earlier in the video, cemented American arrogance on the world stage and the rise in power of the military-industrial complex he warned against in his farewell address on January 17, 1961. The key quote, selected from the full speech hosted on the National Archives, is, "A vital element in keeping the peace is our military establishment. Our arms must be mighty, ready for instant action, so that no potential aggressor may be tempted to risk his own destruction. American makers of plowshares could, with time and as required, make swords as well. But now we can no longer risk emergency improvisation of national defense. We have been compelled to create a permanent armaments industry of vast proportions. This conjunction of an immense military establishment and a large arms industry is new in the American experience. Yet we must not fail to comprehend its grave implications. In the councils of government, we must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex. The potential for the disastrous rise of misplaced power exists and will persist." When John F. Kennedy defeated Eisenhower's Vice President Richard Nixon, his leadership, at least per the analysis of the Spy Museum, was occasionally hot-headed but managed to at least somewhat restore the perception of American integrity, and inspired a generation of Americans in the space race, even if he didn't live to see Apollo land on the moon and Richard Nixon got to take that limelight. Yet he laid the groundwork for American intervention in the ruinous Vietnam War by expanding the number of military advisors to the South Vietnamese, which eventually led to the Gulf of Tonkin resolution in LBJ's term, and the true beginning of the end of Congress's ability or willingness to declare war and manage military forces. Meanwhile, he created Camelot, the myth of the perfect American White House family, that decorated the American presidency with the glittering trappings of monarchy. As History Hit describes, the term Camelot has been used retrospectively to refer to the Kennedy administration, which lasted between January 1961 and November 1963, capturing the charisma of Kennedy and his family. Camelot was first publicly used by Jackie in a Life magazine interview after she invited the journalist Theodore H. White to the White House just days after the assassination. White was best known for his Making of a President series about Kennedy's election. In the interview, Jackie referred to the Broadway musical Camelot, which Kennedy apparently listened to often. The musical had been written by his Harvard schoolmate, Alan Jay. Jackie quoted the ending lines of the final song. "Don't let it be forgot that once there was a spot for one brief shining moment that was known as Camelot. There will be great presidents again, but there will never be another Camelot." When White took the 1,000-word essay to his editors at Life, they complained the Camelot theme was too much. Yet Jackie objected to any changes and herself edited the interview. The immediacy of the interview helped cement the image of Kennedy's America as Camelot. In that moment, Jackie was a grieving widow and mother in front of the world. Her audience was sympathetic and, more importantly, receptive. It wasn't long before the images of Kennedy's Camelot era were being shared and reproduced throughout popular culture. Family photographs of the Kennedys were everywhere, and on television, Mary Tyler Moore's Dick Van Dyke Show character often dressed like the glamorous Jackie. Like many myths, however, Kennedy's Camelot was a half-truth. Behind Kennedy's public image as a family man lay the reality. He was a serial womanizer who surrounded himself with a cleaning crew who prevented news of his infidelities from getting out. Jackie was determined to ensure her husband's legacy was not one of misdemeanors and unfulfilled promises, but integrity and the ideal family man. The myth also glossed over the political realities of Kennedy's administration. For example, Kennedy's election victory over Vice President Nixon in 1960 was one of the narrowest in presidential history. The final result showed Kennedy won with 34,227,096 popular votes to Richard Nixon's 34,107,646. This suggests that in 1961 the idea of a younger celebrity president was not as overwhelmingly popular as the Camelot narrative suggests. In An Unfinished Life, John F. Kennedy, 1917 to 1963, Robert Dallek provides a critical biography that strips away the Camelot mythology to reveal a leader defined by uncommon intelligence, drive, discipline, and good judgment, alongside lifelong physical suffering and emotional problems. Dallek's work is characterized by his attempt to bring those virtues and defects into balance, avoiding the idealization common in previous JFK literature. The most significant insight in Dallek's biography is his revelation of Kennedy's medical history. Kennedy was secretly in and out of hospitals throughout his life, requiring assistance for tasks as simple as climbing stairs. As a teenager in the 1930s, he suffered from blood poisoning, appendicitis, and irritable bowel syndrome, and was diagnosed with an unstable back that could go out of whack for no apparent reason. On pages 153 to 154, Dallek details the timeline of these illnesses. 1934, treated for leukopenia, white blood cell deficit, at Kuwait. 1935, illness forced his return from Europe. 1930s, general. Subjected to 18 enemas in 3 days and frequent tests at the Mayo Clinic, where doctors considered cutting out my stomach. Dallek argues that this history of suffering was central to Kennedy's character. He portrayed a, quote, bad picture to people just because he knew very well that he was close to death due to his health. This awareness of mortality likely fueled his, quote, appetite for adventure over the love of comfort, a trait Dallek describes as a state of mind rather than just a stage of life. Kennedy believed that the effectiveness and creativity of the individual must rest, in large measure, on his physical fitness and vitality, a philosophy that stood in stark contrast to his own physical reality. Dallek tracks Kennedy's political evolution from the son of an extremely wealthy, ambitious, and ruthless man to a sophisticated crisis manager. A central theme is the schooling of a president and his development into a reluctant warrior who navigated the weightiest problems of the 20th century, notably the Cuban Missile Crisis. Dallek defines the art of diplomacy as finding a reasonable route among imperfect alternatives, a pragmatism that was tested during his scant 1,000 days in power. The biography emphasizes Kennedy's ability to look beyond the immediate ideological conflict of the Cold War. In his famous peace speech, Kennedy urged Americans to hail the Russian people for their many achievements, despite finding communism profoundly repugnant. Dallek argues that Kennedy's achievements in foreign policy were significant, but often underestimated by historians, and that his untimely death was a tragedy for the whole country that may have changed the course of history. The narrative arc of American executive power reaches a point of crisis in All the President's Men. Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein's documentation of the Watergate scandal, as depicted in the book and movie, provides a detailed account of how the presidency of Richard Nixon was destroyed by his own internal poison, his hate. A critical thematic element of the investigation was the methodology of unraveling a conspiracy. The source known as Deep Throat emphasized a methodical approach. The rope has to tighten slowly around everyone's neck. You build convincingly from the outer edges in. By gathering 10 times the evidence you need against the Hunts and Liddies, investigators can make lower-level operatives feel hopelessly finished, eventually compelling them to talk. Deep Throat cautioned that if you shoot too high and miss, then everyone feels more secure, a strategy that Woodward and Bernstein applied to their reporting for the Washington Post. This process was exhausting and fraught with rejection, leading Woodward to remark, "This is terrific work if you like rejection." One of the most persistent cultural myths, though, regarding Watergate is the phrase "follow the money." This line was created for dramatic effect for the movie version of All the President's Men and does not appear in the original book. In the film, the line is uttered by the Deep Throat character, played by Hal Holbrook, in a parking garage to Robert Redford's Woodward. The actual reporting, while focusing on a $25,000 cashier's check deposited into the bank account of a Watergate burglar, was a vastly more complex and neatly simplified account in its cinematic form. The book itself ends abruptly around page 349, 2 months before Nixon's actual resignation, focusing on the investigative process rather than the final collapse. The Nixon administration, meanwhile, as presented by Woodward and Bernstein, was a lust for political power that blinded them to ethical considerations. Nixon's own words, recorded on secret tapes, identified the press as the enemy. Carl Bernstein observes that hate had been the trademark of his presidency, an engine that had destroyed him. This was also reflected in the 12,000 people illegally arrested during the May Day protests of 1971, that the ACLU got acquitted, and his illegal expansion of the Vietnam War to Cambodia and Laos, including the use of Agent Orange against entire villages, which is a war crime that dwarfs others such as the My Lai massacre in the Johnson administration. Whatever accomplishments Nixon had, such as opening up diplomatic relations with China or passing the Clean Air Act, are severely overshadowed by this. The reporting on Watergate highlighted a broader cultural trend that Bernstein later called the idiot culture, where the weird and the stupid and the coarse are becoming our cultural norm. Amidst this, the Woodward and Bernstein partnership stood as a guardian of the best attainable version of the truth, a standard that required Ben Bradley's constant vigilance. Bradley reminded his reporters that nothing's writing on this except the First Amendment to the Constitution, and maybe the future of the country. That, and Roger Ailes, who worked for Nixon and started developing the idea for Fox News while doing so, purposefully created the network so the media couldn't gang up on a Republican president again. Now the President of the United States is one step closer to getting his wish to censor CNN like he did to 60 Minutes and Stephen Colbert twice on CBS, now that Netflix has withdrawn from the battle for Warner Brothers Discovery, which has agreed to Paramount's $110 billion buyout of the entire company fueled by the Ellison family, which also owns Oracle and TikTok. Further evidence of right-wing media consolidation is the Nexstar and Tegna merger that closes this June and means dozens of stations in the same market that used to compete will be owned by the same company. A lot of this has also been driven by the rise of Christian nationalism, which the trajectory of since the Reagan Revolution has been extensively documented, as in the paper from May 2024 entitled "The Rise of Christian Nationalism, Government and Religion in the Reagan Era and Beyond" by Daniela L. Beldola from California State University at San Bernardino. In the paper, the author argues that Ronald Reagan's presidency from 1981 to 1989 was a turning point in the rise of Christian nationalism. Reagan's administration is noted for integrating religious rhetoric into domestic and foreign policies, appointing white evangelical leaders to prominent positions, and using religious themes in campaigns. Reagan's embrace of the evangelical right was in part motivated by his belief that communism was a threat to religion and freedom worldwide, and used religious rhetoric to frame the Cold War as a battle between good, Christianity, and evil, atheistic communism. The paper also explains that prominent evangelical leaders such as Billy Graham, Jerry Falwell, and Pat Robertson played significant roles in shaping Reagan's policies and campaigns, using their platforms to promote Christian nationalism and influence public opinion on issues like abortion, LGBTQ rights, and school prayer. This in turn influenced Reagan's push for the school prayer amendment that would have allowed prayer in public schools in a radical reshaping of the First Amendment. The amendment failed multiple times due to the Constitution's high threshold of 3/4 of all states for passage. Hence why only 27 out of the nearly 12,000 proposals have ever passed. And one of those, the 18th, banning the sale of alcohol, was repealed by the 21st Amendment in 1933, the only amendment to ever repeal another amendment. The last one passed in 1992, the year I was born, to prevent Congress from changing their pay between elections after a student paper that got a C grade argued there had been no expiration date. Back to school prayer, Reagan's advocacy for it demonstrated his alignment with Christian nationalist ideals, and his general popularity and reputation as the great communicator eased the acceptance of them into the mainstream to finally quash the sexual revolution of the 60s. It also, of course, led to the persecution of LGBTQ individuals during the AIDS crisis. For religious rhetoric, then as now against trans people, was used to justify discrimination and blame homosexuals for the AIDS epidemic, further marginalizing the LGBTQ community. And speaking of which, sidebar for a minute, the Kansas trans folks who are suing to stop the unconstitutional bills, seizing their state IDs and leaving them open to be sued for the crime of using the bathroom, are my heroes. The thesis, quote, argues that evangelical Christians use their beliefs to influence a Christian worldview on American society in ways that directly violate the First Amendment of the American Constitution. LGBTQ rights and IVVF are discussed as areas where religious ideology continues to shape laws and policies. The document references various scholars and historians who argue for and against the idea of America having a Christian founding. It challenges the narrative of a Christian foundation and emphasizes the need for a secular government to protect religious diversity. The thesis then concludes by emphasizing the importance of educating future generations about the separation of church and state to preserve democratic values and prevent the misuse of religious ideology in politics. The current prevalence of all this Christian supremacist groundwork laid well before I was ever born is also disturbingly highlighted in a new report by the Public Religion Research Institute, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization focused on research at the intersection of religion, values, and public life, that was founded in 2009, and is committed to independent inquiry and academic rigor, with research cited widely in media and academic publications. Here are key points from that document. Around 30% of Americans qualify as Christian nationalism adherents, 11%, or sympathizers, 21%, while 64% are skeptics, 37%, or rejectors, 27%. Support for Christian nationalism has remained stable since 2022, with a slight decline in rejectors. White evangelical Protestants, 67%, and Hispanic Protestants, 54%, are most likely to hold Christian nationalist beliefs. Frequent religious practices, such as attending services, praying, and reading religious texts, are strongly correlated with Christian nationalism, especially among white Americans. A majority of Republicans, 56%, and those who trust far-right news sources, 65%, or Fox News, 55%, qualify as Christian nationalism adherents or sympathizers. Support for Christian nationalism is higher among older Americans and those with lower education levels. Christian nationalism is most prevalent in southern and midwestern red states, such as Arkansas, 54%, Mississippi, 52%, and West Virginia, 51%. States with higher Republican representation in legislatures tend to have higher levels of Christian nationalism. Christian nationalism adherents, 30%, and sympathizers, 23%, are more likely to support political violence compared to skeptics, 14%, and rejectors, 11%. Christian nationalism is strongly correlated with right-wing authoritarianism, with 79% of adherents scoring high or very high on the right-wing authoritarianism scale. Christian nationalism adherents, 73%, and sympathizers, 68%, overwhelmingly view Trump as a strong leader, while skeptics, 55%, and rejectors, 85%, see him as a dangerous dictator. Christian nationalism adherents, 67%, and sympathizers, 53%, are more likely to believe in the Great Replacement theory and support deportations without due process. Adherents, 44%, and sympathizers, 34%, are more likely to oppose mandatory vaccines for children compared to skeptics, 25%, and rejectors, 11%. This survey was conducted by PRRI with 22,111 respondents across all 50 states between February 28th and December 8th, 2025. The margin of error is plus or minus 0.87 percentage points at a 99% confidence level, which is about as close as you can get to perfectly confident with any survey, with a sufficient sample size. As you can see, the unacceptable intertwining of religion with politics for nearly 5 decades has been creating a key fissure point in American democracy. If you see Trump and associate him, and a man who has stolen, raped, bribed, and otherwise cheated with Christianity, then something is clearly wrong with you. To get much beyond the Nixon administration and belabor the decline of American presidential norms under Reagan, Clinton, Bush, and yes, even Obama, would stretch even this behemoth essay into comical proportions. Even though I've claimed this is the end for the Delta Papers, I will make a 4th one in BioShock 2, the place where the Delta Papers started, and its DLC Minerva's Den if there's demand for more analysis on American presidents. Onwards then, with an analysis of the 2026 State of the Union delivered on February 24th, the longest in American history, a boring 2-hour rerun of every rambling and hateful speech Trump has ever given. I give President Biden a lot more credit than most, and went to bat for him. But he got overconfident after doing what no president has in decades, gaining control of the Senate in the 2022 midterms. That was more to do with the country's mood on abortion and the particulars of the Georgia race. Honestly, if I were him and running again, I'd have Kamala campaign for me and then have a McKinley-style porch campaign via live streams. But he didn't realize he was a stability candidate elected to fix COVID who did not have an FDR-level mandate. So he should have kept his promise to hand off power to someone else way earlier. This review of the State of the Union by the Hill is an amazing short takedown. Trump's speech offered nothing of consequence to the majority of Americans who now say they are worse off today than they were a year ago. And so, Trump did the only thing he knows how to do. He talked and talked and talked. He couldn't really afford to do this, as stated by Politico, which explains, 2026 was supposed to be boom times for the administration. The year when the GOP reaped the benefits of the tax cuts they legislated in the One Big Beautiful Bill, and executive orders the president signed last year. And it may still be. There is plenty of time for the polling to rebound and for the president to make his case that he needs Republicans to retain control of Congress to finish his expansive agenda. Still, as February comes to a close, even as he illegally drags us into conflict with Iran, Trump finds himself on the back foot on many issues, retreating from public policy pronouncements that he insisted were vital only weeks before. Just since January, Trump has reversed course after threatening to seize Greenland from Denmark and pulled thousands of ICE and Border Patrol agents out of Minneapolis after 2 fatal shootings, sparked national outrage and eroded public support for the president's handling of his signature issue. A major federal agency remains shut down, threatening Americans' travel, and last week's Supreme Court ruling overturning his sweeping tariff regime marked the biggest setback for his agenda to date. It's a far cry from a year ago when he seemed almost unstoppable as he methodically followed an ambitious policy play sheet, scripted by aides over 4 years out of power, laying waste to the federal bureaucracy and demoralizing beleaguered Democrats with a barrage of executive actions, aimed at undoing much of his predecessor's work. He claimed the United States is entering a golden age of unprecedented prosperity and strength and roaring economy, while people, including federal employees like me, have to save just to afford food and rent. In the process, he's emphasized dubious achievements such as massive tax cuts for the rich, the claimed end of multiple wars, the removal of Nicolas Maduro, and a claimed war on fraud to streamline government operations, while blaming the Democrats for everything. The president claims that his administration has driven core inflation down to its lowest level in over 5 years, and that gasoline is now below $2.30 a gallon in most states. Note that I wrote this part of the script before his attacks on Iran shot oil prices and therefore gas prices up. He further asserts he has secured commitments for more than $18 trillion in new investments in just 12 months, which is physically impossible. Roughly 70% of the U.S. GDP in 12 months for a single year of private investment, and sits at odds with his description of a government that is currently closed. Of course, he then blames the Democrat shutdown prior to this partial one of Homeland Security that cut off all funding for essential services when he stole money from SNAP. And the closing of the rest of DHS, other than ICE, is over a refusal by the president to address even basic safeguards, as ICE spends its One Big Beautiful Act funding like a drunken sailor, buying up warehouses and threatening eminent domain if they don't comply. The address asserts that today our border is secure and that 0 illegal aliens have been admitted in the past 9 months. The president immediately contradicts this claim of total security by highlighting a series of recent horrific crimes committed by illegal alien criminals, consistent with his Angel Family's proclamation meant to counter-program against Democratic lawmakers, bringing immigrants who have actually been victimized by this regime as guests. Trump highlights the death of Lisbeth Medina and the injury of Delilah Coleman to justify the Delilah Law, which indicates the border remains a site of crisis rather than the strongest and most secure in American history, as he initially describes. The president boasts of ending 8 wars in his first 10 months, including in Cambodia and Thailand, when Thailand is occupying Cambodian land again, and Israel and Gaza when Israel just killed 5 people in an airstrike on February 26th, because he doesn't care about actually following through on any of the boring, slow diplomacy, just wants quick wins to distract from his domestic failings, such as the Epstein files, just like how he boasted of illegally invading Venezuela and wants to bomb Iran for the same reason. Furthermore, while claiming America is respected again after actually bombing Iran. It's clearly not respected again by anyone. The president describes a chaotic international scene where he had to obliterate Iran's nuclear program during the 12-day war and conduct a dangerous raid in Venezuela that resulted in the shredding of an American pilot's legs. The president also dismisses the disappointing Supreme Court ruling against his tariff policies, stating he will use alternative legal statutes to bypass them. By asserting that congressional action will not be necessary and that he has the legal power to make a new deal, regardless of court involvement, the president contradicts his own stated goal of building a nation where government answers to the people, not the powerful, which, knowing how he speaks and how he often went off topic, was probably written for him by an advisor. Specific proposals he put forward, bare minimum fulfilling the requirements that he shall, quote, recommend to their consideration such measures as he shall judge necessary and expedient, include the Delilah Law, named after Delilah Coleman, that would bar any state from granting commercial driver's licenses to illegal aliens, tax-free investment accounts for every American child, intended to be funded by the U.S. Treasury and private donations, with the goal of growing to over $100,000 by age 18, and a proposed payment of $1,776 distributed to every service member, reportedly funded by revenue from tariffs, but now, with the refunds, that looks unlikely. The official Democratic response was delivered by Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger, who argued that we did not hear the truth from the president, and challenged the president's economic narrative, claiming his trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Senator Alex Padilla then teamed up with Spanberger to highlight the human cost of the administration's policies, citing the shooting deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy by federal agents, events omitted from the president's address. The Democrats also argued that the One Big Beautiful Bill Act resulted in the closure of rural health clinics and the loss of Medicaid for millions, countering the president's golden age narrative. The successful and factual response is why Democrats need to keep hammering in on affordability, no matter how many distractions happen, like Iran, or even the Epstein files. This is not an issue that will go away by the time the midterms happen, nor will the Epstein files. Again, no matter how many of what I call Trumpinger's distractions he throws, terrible things done for their own sake and to distract attention. So it's both and when it comes to deciding why he does terrible things, and we just need to stop them without constantly arguing about whether it's a distraction or not. To quote Atlas from BioShock 1, the 1-2 punch! Remember, the 1-2 punch! Presidents have limited ability to influence the economy unless they mess with the Fed, which, as we've seen with Andrew Jackson and the Bank of the United States, would be an unprecedented disaster to begin with without working with Congress, which President Trump has no inclination to do. President Trump also has no plan to stop disrupting supply chains with immigration crackdowns, stop terrorizing federal employees whose layoffs make an already tight job market that much harder, and impounding federal dollars to menace people as we're seeing towards the Somali community in Minnesota. Nor will he deal with natural disasters because he denies climate change, and decides to use disaster aid money as political leverage, which is horrifying. He also does not have any inclination to stop acting like Donnie and Trump Net with his massive vanity projects to himself, such as the ballroom and the Trump. The only thing that could have given him a political safety valve is the Supreme Court striking down the tariffs, which it did. But he's been so obsessive about tariffs for nearly 50 goddamn years that his dementia is compelling him to find other ways to screw over the American people, while facing lawsuits from across the various industries of America, from Costco to Nintendo. Meanwhile, all the refunds will be slow and go to corporations, and if the AI bubble that has been making the economy look okay on paper pops later this year at the rate Oracle and others in the circular AI economy are going downhill due to missed profit projections, it will likely lead to a government bailout of already rich people, which will exacerbate people's sour view of Trump's economic policy, similar to the 2008 bailouts under the theory of too big to fail by President Bush. President Trump illegally stationed National Guardsmen in our city to play king and treat Washington, D.C. like his royal province. He put them in harm's way for no benefit and in service of no one but himself, the coward. And he has coarsened the rhetoric of our nation for 15 years. And I am sick of it. I'm sick of the lies. I'm sick of the hatred. I'm sick of the chaos. And I'm sick and tired of watching American citizens detained for their skin color with the approval of the Supreme Court. The blood of 5 officers of the United States are on his hands alone for inciting violence first, trying to murder Congress and the Vice President of the United States to steal the 2020 election like he's planning to do for 2026, and I want him gone! Impeach, convict, remove! And on Saturday, March 28th at the Lincoln Memorial, I'm standing on business in the Wrath of History speech, again drawing from the best bits of 9 History Flights essays. So be sure to subscribe to my Substack to read them, and to my YouTube to watch them. When synthesizing all of these narratives, we can reach several conclusions regarding the nature of American leadership and the recurring challenges of the Republic. From Jefferson's cannon diplomacy to the Union's avalanche of supplies and Kennedy's crisis management during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the American executive has consistently evolved towards a model of overwhelming deterrence, as well as legislative deference in favor of executive speed. Jefferson's realization that peace is made with the Algerines only through force established a precedent for Roosevelt's sweeping mandate and Kennedy's reluctant warrior stance. The transition from paying tribute to building a nuclear-powered navy represents a shift in the American identity from a vulnerable newcomer to a global superpower, and the imperialism that comes with it. Dalek's JFK analysis and Woodward and Bernstein's reporting on Nixon represent 2 sides of the presidential coin. The president as a lonely sick boy whose mother didn't love him, and the president whose grudges, animosities, and schemes for revenge led to a criminal conspiracy. These works suggest that the human element, the physical fitness and vitality of Kennedy or the hate of Nixon, is as significant as any legislative policy in determining the success or failure of an administration. The written history of the world is largely a history of warfare, as Keegan notes, because states often come into existence through conflict. However, the American narrative, as seen in All the President's Men, adds a layer of accountability. The rope of truth that Woodward and Bernstein tightened around the Nixon administration serves as a reminder that democratic institutions require constant protection from the lust for political power. This protection is provided not just by the military, Congress, or the judiciary, but by a press dedicated to the best attainable version of the truth. America is a very dualistic nation, because it never dealt with the legacy of its hateful side that festered there from the very beginning, which I called the Confederacy at the start of this video, properly after the Civil War, and swept everything under a dark rug. It has remained a part of the whole of America, concealed under a layer of civility politics that promotes white supremacy. Multiple of even the greatest presidents did horrendous things unilaterally. Jackson ignored the judiciary to genocide Native Americans. Teddy Roosevelt did the same thing to Filipinos. And FDR caged Japanese Americans like animals! We are seeing those same things being done to Iranians and Latinos, among others, by Trump, because we keep closing our eyes to history as a nation, even on our 250th anniversary. Especially on our 250th anniversary, as Trump turns the National Mall into a race course, and the White House lawn into a UFC cage match. Yet the Union and the Constitution that I have faithfully served for 11 years has drawn people to its shores, yearning to breathe free, to a country with a lamp lifted beside the golden door, inspiring resistance to hate within and without it. It has also given hope for the pursuit of happiness upon finally defeating what Garfield called the demon of slavery, upon codifying the dignity and worth of every gender and every race and every sexuality into law after hard-fought struggle, upon defeating the Nazis and rebuilding a ruined Europe, and upon breaking the power of robber barons once before. What works about America is not that it's exceptional. It's that it's ordinary, full of people like you and me, whose free speech will never be fully abridged as long as we use it to shout down what's wrong about America, with presidents just being people like us. Born subjects of a crown they risk their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honors to throw down. Born in a Kentucky log cabin and in Hawaii to Kenyan and Kansan parents. Born sickly and paralyzed in later life. Perhaps America will never truly be a shining city on a hill like it claims. However, there's something about this union and trying to make it more perfect. A contradictory clause of the preamble that shows America is always unfinished. That keeps inspiring hundreds of millions of people down the years to keep trying. While I understand you being skeptical, I will never stop fighting for the better angels of our nature until my last breath. Because my grandfather's service in World War II, though they never saw combat, they volunteered for what they thought was right, cannot mean nothing. Because my grandmother, who could have been a doctor but was in every way treated an equal by her doctor husband as a nurse in their home practice, cannot have made no difference. Because my father, being the first in his family to go to college, cannot mean nothing. Because my mother's hard work as a pioneering woman in the workplace and for seniors in her community cannot mean nothing. My parents' sacrifices to try to make a better life for my sister and I, including demanding my state government to allow me to go to elementary school, cannot mean nothing. My sister's marriage to her wonderful husband and the kind and thoughtful new brothers and sisters I have gained cannot mean nothing. And the fact I have made my fiancée and her son's lives under the yoke of absolute monarchy in Eswatini, Africa, better according to their need, as Marx would say, and their true and enduring love in return that fuels my fight to defeat the entire world before ever letting them get hurt for the color of their skin, cannot mean nothing! If the tree of liberty must at last be refreshed once again by the blood of tyrants, if our dead must consecrate this hallowed ground once again, then so be it! But instead of Native American tears in silence, instead of African American tears in bondage, instead of Hawaiian and Filipino and Puerto Rican and any number of colonized tears, instead of Japanese American tears and Latino American tears in concentration camps, let it instead be watered for now by my tears and those of any other Americans who decide, by the millions on no-canes and by the tens of millions more in a revolution of love that will not be televised, to yell that we're American, we're mad as hell, and we're not gonna take it anymore! We want a president who reminds us of all that is right and good about this place, who asks us to do for our country, who will not perish government by, of, and for the people. The collective insights from Kilmeade, Keegan, Chasel, Dalek, and Woodward and Bernstein present a portrait of an American experiment that is perpetually unfinished. The nation matured by overcoming the Barbary pirates, surviving the national calamity of the Civil War, and navigating the Cold War through detachment, moderation, and power of analysis. Success in American history is often a result of geography and statehood. The Union won because it was an established state with a sheer overwhelming advantage in resources. The moral standard, the legitimacy of the American power, rests on its ability to harmonize might and mercy and to reject a culture of hate and disloyalty and accusing people of disloyalty in favor of integrity of government. Every person must test themselves to find maturity, as seen in Kennedy's schooling and Jefferson's anxieties over the fate of his citizens and children. As Keegan notes, plans made without allowance for the intentions of the enemy are liable to miscarry. Whether the enemy is a Barbary pirate, a Confederate rebel, a Soviet missile, or an internal conspiracy by MAGA Christian nationalists, the history of the American presidency is the history of navigating various imperfect alternatives to secure the safety of the world and the integrity of the Constitution. The shores of Tripoli and the outer edges of Watergate remain relevant markers in a journey that continues to define the boundaries of liberty and power. Social media amplifies anger and drives emotional attachment to what I call team sportification. Pick a label, any label, as long as you have social safety and group/cult approval. That's what we're seeing with MAGA. It also gives more people comfort these days to wave the white flag of doomerism, because other people are so understandably depressed by what's going on that feeling hopeless together is better than feeling hopeful alone. The power of history, by contrast, is that when properly studied, it speaks for itself for all who want to listen. The ethos that has driven me to run HistoryFlights productions entirely by myself is that history is the greatest story ever told, that all human beings' stories matter, even and in some cases especially the terrible ones, because they can teach us all how to call out authoritarian and other harmful patterns, even and especially in those we agree with who say hide terrible behavior behind postmodern or post-colonial thought. That sometimes all you need to reset from online toxicity is BS-free gaming news with your unshakably zen friend and dinner out in DC with your best friend. And that history is the final judge of us all. Even though I don't believe in any God, everyone needs a principle or ideals higher than themselves. History is mine, because while progress is not linear or guaranteed, the collective voice of human history has always clamored for life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness against the few and the powerful. In much of the Roman world, traders sailed frequently to western India, with influential and mighty regional empires like the Chola in turn spreading Roman coins as far as Southeast Asia. These coins can only hint at the story of life, cosmopolitan commerce, acceptance, perhaps even love. For we have evidence of specific quarters similar to Chinatowns worldwide, where Romans chose to stay in India. Native Americans cold-worked copper in the old copper culture 5,000 years before the Bronze Age, and their trade networks and politics were incredibly sophisticated throughout history, as we know with societies like Haudenosaunee, or Iroquois Confederation, and empires like the Inca. Timbuktu became an important center of learning once Mansa Musa arrived and spent so much money he accidentally crashed the entire economy of Cairo, then had to take it all back to be let out of debtor's prison. Queer and transgender people like me existed in America since well before its founding, and further through at least Neolithic prehistory. Reading and thinking about all these historical events and looking into our evolving understanding of them has helped me grow as a person, as a creator, as a voice of resistance. That's why the Trump regime has tried to censor museums. The more we learn, the more people remember what the people of the past were like and fought for, and the more they refuse to be controlled once they see how similar the mechanisms of control are. That's the power of history. That's why it's the closest thing to a god I'll ever have, because it's the greatest story ever told. I don't think it likely that Trump will succeed in stealing the midterm election. He will certainly try, though, and that has me worried, but not panicking. And here's how we can all fight back. As long as he gets a big bribe to let his friends muzzle CNN for him the way CBS was, he doesn't care about what we do. But we don't have to give him our attention and dollars. Sometimes it's difficult to extricate oneself from walled gardens like Microsoft, Google, and Apple, but try to limit any subscriptions and hardware purchases from them, and get them from gray markets or used markets if at all possible, which is how I subscribe to Xbox Game Pass Ultimate. I just set up an over-the-air antenna to record the few CBS shows I care about, such as Survivor, without paying the Ellisons a dime or watching any ads. My last purchase on Amazon ever was a single HDMI cable. I refuse to go to Warner Brothers or Paramount Movies ever again, even if there's another Mission Impossible. And I love Mission Impossible. Uninstallations of ChatGPT have surged by 295% after the deal was made between OpenAI and the Department of Defense. It's not the Department of War, it's the Department of Defense legally, to train killer robots. Create mutual support networks of neighbors for supplies like the amazing people shopping for groceries for terrified immigrants. Buy and sell used wherever possible. It hardens me that Gen Z is starting to appreciate physical movies again. And we can still non-violently fight back, even if he uses force. More likely, I think, is that his lawsuits will fail. He'll talk out due to the likely margin of a Democratic victory, even if just in the House, while still having enough of the Senate to keep from being impeached. His cronies drop like flies under the threat of 1 trillion lawsuits bankrupting them, as well as muscular state governments leveling state charges, because honestly, if he was in send the military to kill all the judges mode, he would have done it within a few months. And he likes wielding the court system against his opponents to extract money and political concessions. Trump feels comfortable enough getting nothing done with a Democratic Congress and grifting as much money as he can before pardoning himself and everyone else in his orbit, and then slinking off to Mar-a-Lago to finally hope he gets into heaven. And when the people fight back with mass protests, and I mean mass, when they try to steal the election, what are they going to do? Kill everyone marching on Washington? I detailed the kind of extreme scenario that would happen if a civil war did open, to make sure that you know that even them swinging for the fences of military dictatorship won't work. People erupted with anger after 2 people were murdered in one city. And America has a rich tradition of peaceful protest. These were ignored until they weren't. According to an amazing article I read about it, quote, when large and small crowds in large and small towns gather respectfully, even exuberantly, to register the response to the country's direction, measuring newsworthiness by body count or damage tallies misses the critical story. If you voted for the president and now have doubts, a peaceful protest may signal that you are not alone. And if you are patriotic to your core and associate protests with anti-Americanism, seeing a sea of flags held by veterans, small business owners, clergy, seniors, and students may open new emotional terrain. Nonviolence is a moral principle and a strategic choice. It invites broader participation, builds solidarity, and reduces the risk of repression. That matters at a time when President Trump vows full force in his call for deployment of troops. It's easier to plan, easier to spread, and harder to vilify, and it works. Harvard's Erica Chenworth, director of the Nonviolent Action Lab and one of the world's leading scholars of protest movements, has shown that peaceful resistance is twice as likely to succeed as violent resistance. Why? Because mass participation matters more than militancy. When ordinary people join in, nurses, teachers, retirees, cops, it signals a tipping point. The moment when history bends to popular will. And as civil rights protesters proved decades ago, a righteous, peaceful protest that is met with brutality can unmute even a silent majority. Before I go on, I need to commend my trans friend on Substack, Resist Fight, for doing the same thing for trans people specifically. Which is worse, being trans or ICE killing 2 Americans? Which is worse, trans people existing or a president who is a felon? Which is worse, being trans or Christians watching millions die? Which is worse, being trans or politicians who abuse children on an island? Which is worse, being trans or rich corporations paying no taxes? Which is worse, being hateful or holding a trans woman's hand? The hate and fear people are pushed to fight over isn't organic. The hate is the governance. Returning hate for hate multiplies hate, adding deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Darkness cannot drive out darkness. Only light can do that. Hate cannot drive out hate. Only love can do that. Martin Luther King. I've been out as a non-binary person for 4 years this February. Been attacked as many times. I haven't gone out a lot in femme mode. Not entirely from fear, but from lacking in community in person while I've been trying to juggle adulting, content creation, and remotely helping my fiance from Eswatini raise our son who just turned 10. That changes at the next open mic at Busboys and Poets at Rhode Island Avenue. I'm going back to a queer space dressed femme for the first time in months to slam this administration for everything anti-trans that's going on. I have fought too hard and too long for my rights to have them taken away from me without a fight. I will not be silent ever again, for with these Delta papers, I have roared against tyranny, and I hope you echo that roar. And if this regime silences me, share this essay everywhere, so that my words shall become more powerful than you can possibly imagine. President Pedophile! You will rue the day you sent an angry mob to murder Congress and the Vice President. You will rue the day you terrorized autistic and trans people like me with genocidal nonsense. You will rue the day you tried to play Emperor of the World, attacking Iran and Venezuela and putting American lives in jeopardy. You will rue the day you invaded Washington, D.C., the city I've loved and lived in and near for 15 years, and kidnapped and brutalized people in it and other cities like it. You will rue the day you let your thugs murder American citizens in broad daylight and leave a refugee to freeze to death. You will rue the day you raped 14-year-old girls and ordered the Justice Department to cover it up. You will rue the day you tried to take actual history, Ministry of Truth style, out of beloved Smithsonian museums like the Portrait Gallery, African American History and Culture, Air and Space, and the National Zoo. You will rue the day you tried to terminate me and 1,000 other hardworking, conscientious public servants at Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and other agencies who are the only ones who have upheld their oath to the Constitution. You fucking traitor! And most importantly, you will rue the many long days you have kept me from my fiancé in Eswatini and our son. In closing, I'll play the protest song Call Me Antifa by Swan Court on your music service of choice. The channel has given permission for anyone to share it with attribution.
My granddad fought the fascists halfway around the world. He came home scarred but grateful for the flag still unfurled. He said freedom isn't easy. It's a promise, not a crown. It's the courage to stand up when others bow down. Call me Antifa if it means I fight for love, for every race and color under heaven's light above. If liberty's my language and my plea, then call me Antifa. That's alright with me. I don't raise fists for hatred. I don't march for war. I walk beside my neighbor. That's what my heart is for. I see the flags of fear go waving in the streets, but peace is not surrender. It's where the brave hearts meet. Call me Antifa. If I stand against the chains, if I won't let the bullies write their lies into our names, if I still believe in truth and the right to disagree, then call me Antifa. That's alright with me. I'm pro the dream of freedom's light, pro what is just, what's fair, what's right, pro workers, thinkers, builders too, pro the promise, red, white, and blue. And if I'm anti-hate and pain, anti-marching tanks again, then history will plainly see that's the side I'm proud to be. No scapegoats, no shadows, no others to blame. We're one fragile family under many names. I'll sing for the broken, I'll kneel for the lost. Peace isn't weakness, it's love at all costs. Call me Antifa, I'll wear it like a song. For those who still remember what makes a nation strong. For the freedom fighters past who face tyranny, call me Antifa. I'll keep freedom free. So wave your banner, bright and true. It's red for the hearts, white for what's new, for the dream, that we still pursue. Call me Antifa. If it means I stand with you.
Government by the people, of the people, for the people, shall not perish on the watch of HistoryFlights Productions. I shall never break my oath to the Constitution and to the people of the United States of America. I have but one life to give for my country, and as long as I draw breath, I will not let my country die. I am a chronicler. I am the wrath of history. I am D.C. Shepherd. Thank you for watching what I consider to be my best video so far, and try to rest easier tonight, having learned some history.